Hi, I'm Joseph Montanez from California, United States. I have over 10 years of experience building PHP web applications. I've done social networks, video on demand, and time clock software. In this project, we're going to be building out a time tracking web application in Laravel using PHP. I'm really excited about this project because one of the best ways to learn PHP is to build a real application. Now, I want to go over some of the curriculums and sessions I currently have planned, and there'll be much more to come afterwards. Session 1 will include setting up the environment and tooling. I'll first introduce a simple text editor like Visual Studio Code, and then installing things like a LAMP stack. This is really important for people who maybe don't have a powerful computer or are unable to do virtualization. Once that's set up, I'll have the optional introduction to Homestead, which is a part of Laravel. Homestead is basically Vagrant and VirtualBox, or another type of virtualization system, running all alongside so that you can isolate your development environments from your system. Session 2 will include front-end development setup. And this will be setting up something like Bootstrap and also getting Laravel set up so that it can serve static pages from a directory. One of the problems I see over and over again for designers and people who are doing HTML work is that they're stuck having to create controllers with views and web routes with setting up a service provider and having that service provider serve a static page or folder. It's much more simpler. Session 3 will then start to dive into designing the pages, and this will be introducing something like Laravel Mix to compile maybe your CSS if you want to use less or Sass, and then also designing the actual pages we're going to want, like a dashboard, a home page, possibly the clock in, clock out, an actual time in and time out, maybe a project or a task to associate with that time. Session 4 will have Vue.js integration. We're going to just do a very light introduction to Vue, and it's just to have some type of interaction with the pages we've designed. Session 5 and beyond will then start to jump into the backend code, integrating what we've done design-wise with our backend. This will have the basic registration that Laravel offers, and we'll start to design our database and migration system. Thanks again for watching, and I will see you guys next time. And you can skip this process, but let me go ahead and just bring up Visual Studio Code here. And I'll talk about some other text editors while you guys are downloading that. Visual Studio Code, languages, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So the only reason I'm picking Visual Studio Code versus another is that this is one of the more streamlined open source versions of a text editor that you can get into almost an IDE. I've used Sublime Text, I've used Atom. I'm a very heavy user of PHP Storm. I very much love it. So if you guys ever have the extra money to spare, you can always try PHP Storm. There's a free trial. They also do like EPA releases, which are free. Usually they're a little buggy, but that's something you don't have to pay for. So you can always jump into this if you're just trying to get more into that. So let's go ahead and move on to the next thing here. I'm sure this is still going to be downloading, but the next part of this is deciding whether you just want a basic LAMP stack installed on your computer, or you want to go the Vagrant route, which is have virtualization installed. In my past experience, there's a lot of issues that happen with getting virtualization working on a computer. There's a lot of considerations if you're running 32 bits. If you don't have virtualization enabled for your CPU, you're probably going to have a very tough time trying to work with the VirtualBox or Vagrants or any type of virtualization software. So the first introduction I'm going to do is much quicker. There's a lot less downloading that's going to be involved. So I'm going to be showcasing MAMP. This is a LAMP stack that's installed for Mac and Linux. They have a pro version, and I've been in talk with them about possibly giving you guys some discounts. And so I'll see what their response is for that. But they've already offered like 50% discounts for the Pro edition. I'll talk a little bit about the Pro too. But basically what this does and why I would choose this over like XAMPP is that this actually looks at the ports that are currently being used, and this is one of the stumbling blocks that you run into setting up a LAMP stack directly on your computer, is that it'll try to use port 80. And if you're done development before, like C# with messing with ISS, then port 80 may be taken, or you may be running some other thing on your computer that takes port 80. So this kind of just generates a port on the fly that you would need. And so it's very quick and easy to get set up. They give you MySQL, they give you PHP, they give you Apache, and you can switch between, I believe, Apache and Nginx, and then as well as the PHP versions from like 5.6 to 7.0. So you're going to go ahead and want to download this. Again, this is for Mac and Windows. Windows, you're limited to version 3. There's really not that much difference between the two versions. There's just a slightly newer version of PHP. They don't support MySQL 5.7, but you can still install MySQL 5.7 onto your local machine. So let's go ahead and get that installed. The other thing that we're going to want to do, and this is regardless if you do the LAMP stack, is that we're going to need PHP on your computer. Now I'm going to first walk through the Mac approach. If you're using a Mac computer, this is what you can do to get PHP on your computer. Now it may already be on there, but for the sake of this session, we'll make it a kind of more streamlined in how you're actually getting PHP on your computer. So for me, I really enjoy using Brew. Brew is a package, kind of like a package manager for Mac, and if the package is not available, it would actually compile it on your computer. There are some requirements to use, such as having Xcode. Let me just Brew for Mac. So you may have some extra download requirements. You may have to download the Xcode tooling for that, but it's really quick and easy to get set up. Let me go ahead and open up terminal. And so just getting started, you'd want to just copy and paste this into your terminal like so, and then you'd press enter. I kind of already have this set up, so it's not going to really do much for me. Okay, while that's setting up, once you do have that installed, you'll do something like, let's just for now, let's say brew search, and it'll be PHP 7, either 7.0 or 7.1. I don't care either which one you guys have. The newer version's perfectly fine, and 7 will work for what we're doing anyways. So let's see, it's pulling in some updates here. Yeah, so I've used, I don't remember offhand, but there is a script on GitHub. Mac 5.6. It's not a good search term for me to use, but I've used this without Brew, and it'll basically download it and install it. And this is one script. The other thing would be use the PHP. That's for multiple versions of that. There's some weird site. Can't even spell that. This may be it. Yeah, I believe this is the one I used before, and this is without using Brew. So you can run through this. They have the several versions there for you to use. And I believe this does compile it on your computer, so it'll take some time to use. Let's see, so that's finished. So if you don't want to use Brew, you can definitely use this. There's others out there you can possibly do. You can always manually compile it as well. But just to give you an idea of what Brew has, you can just do brew search PHP 7.1, and it gives you all the packages that are available for Brew. And here you see that there's like there's Gearman that's already available. There's a message pack and so many others. Like you don't have to sit there and actually compile these things. These things will just install on your computer. So I already have this installed, and that's why there's a little checkbox there. All right. So let me then jump over to Windows. So I have my Windows machine here. For PHP on Windows, there's really not a good solution. If you're using MAP, it already comes with PHP, but you're probably still going to want your own separate version of PHP itself. So we're going to head and you can just Google like PHP for Windows and get this installed. So then you can go just jump over to downloads, and you just download the newest version. As far as what version to download, hello, Sequence, I guess is how you say it. You can use the NTS version. That usually works just fine. And then 32 bits is fine too. They have a 64-bit version for it as well, but it doesn't really matter. And then you can download, let's see which one is, that's the zip file I have. I've already downloaded this, and the way I manage those is that I have an applications folder. And so I keep track of all these different versions when I'm testing things. And all I do is I download the zip and extract it, and I put it into wherever I want to place it. Now, unlike Brew, you do need to do some initial setup and configuration to get the next step going, which is Composer. So I'm going to walk through that real quick and how I set up my PHP INI file. And at this point, you should have Visual Studio Code or some other text editor out there installed on your computer. So we can just drag this over. Okay, so the first thing I usually do on a Windows install with PHP, and this is not really for running the project, it's just to get Composer to work, is that I jump over to extensions. Go back up. Where is that? It'll be probably like /etx. Okay, so by default, this is commented out for Windows, and all you need to do is go to this line. I'm looking here at 738 for the line number, but it'll be commented out like this. You just want to go ahead and comment that in. The other part that you're going to want to do is then jump over to your extensions here, and you can probably just search for like MySQL or something like that. And these are some of the ones I have enabled. So I have curl, file info. MySQL is going to be important, so I have MySQLi and PD. MySQLite is also nice for when you're doing unit testing. MBString is nice to have for some of the other things that if you're going to do interalization. And INTL is also really important that I use a lot. I think you need, for sure, I don't see, I forgot which one it was, one of these, but when you try to install Composer, it's going to complain. Okay, so that's that. You can just save the configuration file, and you should be good to go. The next part is, I'll stay with Windows for now, is to download Composer. And you can try to jump to your PHP executable, copy it into your terminal, run this a couple of times with the whole thing. But this, honestly, it would be easier just to go down to, actually, let me back up here. You just search for PHP Composer. You can go ahead and then just download it. Now, there is a Windows installer, so for people using Windows, it is much easier. You can literally just download and install. And what's going to happen is it's going to ask you where your PHP is at. So if you ever run in a situation where you then need to go to your environment variables, tell PHP's path there, and so on and so forth. So here it's asking me for like what version of PHP I want to run. So I can choose, and I can then go to my applications, and then if I wanted to choose a different version of PHP, I could. And this is really nice because when you get into your bash or to your terminal, then you can just type in Composer. You don't have to type in PHP Composer, .var, and so on and so forth. Now, if you're on a Mac, um, you can definitely run this command here. The other thing, if you don't want to run that command, is you can just go down to the archives and download the FAR files themselves. So for our sake, we're just going to go ahead and I'm going to jump back over to my Mac. We're going to make a folder here. So I already have a folder. The thing about choosing the version of PHP and what we're doing for Laravel is I'm going to be focusing on Laravel 5.5. What that means is that moving forward for Laravel 5.5, you'll need a minimum of PHP 7. I think the stuff that I do, necessarily you can jump back to PHP 4, and at that point you can use PHP 5.6. I don't think I'll be using anything specific to 5.5, but just in case, I'll be covering that. Let's see, documents. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and run the composer command. Oh, that's the wrong one. Hello. I'm not sure how to say your name. Herzika? Why is it still wanting to run that? Oh, I'm in my... Okay, let's get out of here. PHP composer. Download. Copy. Okay, so I'm just going to copy and paste this into my terminal. It's going to go ahead and install Composer, and I can see that Composer is there. Now for brew, if you install PHP, you do something like brew install PHP 7.1, and then when you do that, it's going to install PHP. You're going to have access to it already through your command line, and you can check if you have the version by doing php -- version. So we're going to go ahead and start to get set up with Composer. We're going to move forward with installing Laravel, and then we're going to jump back to MAMP that you should have downloaded and installed at this point. All right, so we are going to need to jump over to Laravel. And we're going to want to go to documentation and installing Laravel. So there's this command here that's going to want to basically install Laravel locally on your disk before being able to leverage its system. So we can copy this, but for Mac we're probably going to want to change it a little since I'm using the FAR file. So I can do PHP composer FAR global require. This would be Laravel installer, and that's going to go ahead and install. For Windows, because we already have Composer installed through the automated setup, we can actually just jump over to terminal. And let me jump over to the same directory. And then I can actually just copy and paste this command. So that's going to install. Let's see if our Mac, that's still installing. What's going on with my computer today? It's a little slow. Okay. So while those two are going for me, sure. So what can you use a time tracker for? This app, I've done several time clocks before, and I've done things to where you have a simple like clock in and clock out, and I've run into too many projects to where they need some form of time tracking. And so this will be able to be leveraged to be pulled into other projects. You can like copy over the controllers and whatnot. I'm not going to go into how to make this into a package that you can easily bring over into Laravel, but for now it'll just be a standalone web app. But my idea would be you're going to have a clock in, clock out with the alternative of having like a task-based or project-based time system, so you can choose your project or your task and then the time that'll go with it, the start time and end time, that is. Okay, so that should be all good to go. So the next part would be just doing the Laravel creation project, and I'm not going to follow through with this one, the Laravel blog thing, because it depends on your system, and it's easier just to use the create project command that Composer has. So on Mac, I'm just going to do PHP Composer var, and then I can type in create project for dist Laravel, and then we're going to call this time tracker. And then for the Windows part of it, we're going to just do the same thing, but we can do Composer create project for this Laravel/Laravel and call this time tracker. Okay, so this is going to get all set up, and now I'm going to start to jump over to MAMP. So I already have MAMP installed here. You can go ahead and get that up and running. I'll just stick with the standard version. All right, so at this point, all you would need to do is click on Start Servers. But before we do that, I'm actually going to say go to Preferences, and I would have to bring up both versions here. So let me just go ahead and, because of the way it looks on Windows versus Mac is just a tad bit different. So I'm going to try to have these up here side by side. I'm going to go to Preferences. We're going to want to then go to the web server. And then for the Mac, you can click on the ... folder. And then at that point, you can specify which directory you want to host as the primary. So I have live edu, time tracker. If you're going to be working on a couple projects, you can have the general folder out for that. If not, just select a folder like I did. And it'll tell you what folder you have selected here. And I can do the same. And I've already done this, so I just click on select and then the time tracking app. All right, so that's good to go. You can click OK. For the Mac, if you're not quite sure about the ports or anything else and you want to manually change them, you can also go back to Preference and go to Ports. And here's the ports it's chosen for me. So I'm just going to go ahead and click on Start. This one's already started. And I can go ahead and then choose to say Open Start Page. Now this is going to start the page that MAMP starts with. It tells you about PHP, MySQL, and here's it doing it for my Mac as well. And then you can click on my websites and then just jump over to public. And this should show you the Laravel instance. And then I'll do that for Windows as well. My website, public. And you can always go back and link the public folder directly so you're not having to do the extra step, but that's how I have it for now. But yeah, so now we have Laravel installed on Windows, and if you guys are on Mac, you should have that installed too. If you guys are having any trouble just yet, just let me know. But this should be the minimum install that we will need to move forward. Now, the other part of this that I want to talk about is Homestead, Laravel Homestead. And what this is that it provides a virtualized environment that's leveraging VirtualBox. Well, not just VirtualBox, but leveraging the ability to use VirtualBox, Parallels, and another virtualization system. And then another one is Vagrant, which is what's running on top of it. Vagrant, I personally like. There is Docker that's out there, but there's some nuances to that, and there's much more of a steeper learning curve than using something like Vagrant. I don't really have a personal preference as what to recommend, but I will say that if you're going to be working in a team on a project, it would be worth learning at least Vagrants. And Homestead already sets this up for you. There's very little setup and configuration you do have to do. And so I'm going to go ahead and walk through that. All right, the first thing you're going to need is to download VirtualBox. And you can just search VirtualBox, go to the downloads, and at that point you're going to want to download either Mac or Windows, which is OS X or Windows host. And you're going to also want to download the extension with the all supported platforms. This is going to take a while. It's kind of a large download as well. So while you're downloading it, you're also going to want to download Vagrant. Now these are all heavy things. If you're on a Mac, you can actually luck out because there's Laravel Valet, and it's a very minimal install. You can have multiple hosts set up, but because I'm trying to provide information to both Windows and Mac, this is kind of the most cross-platform solution you can have. All right. If you already have these things on here, you may want to just update them just in case, but that should be good enough for now. The other part that we're going to need to jump into then is to get the box downloaded on your computer. And the other day I was struggling because it kept disconnecting and whatnot, but I'll run through the command on how to get the box on your computer and then jumping into Laravel. So I'm just going to go back to the Laravel documentation here. And we're going to want to go to Homestead. Going through all this garbage, blah, blah, blah. So installing Homestead. I guess actually something you will need on this as well is Git. For brew, you can do brew install Git. You can just download Git from the website. So you just Google Git download. It'll give you the tooling for that. Let's see here. So you can download for the platform that you want. And then you want to confirm that you actually have it, so you can jump over your terminal and type in Git. So that should come up, not like no command found or something. And if I type in Git here, it should work. Now for Windows and you're installing it, you don't have to really do much. There's a lot of windows that pop up. You just click next, next, next. All the defaults that have set are fine for what we're doing, and it's not going to really damage your system in any way. Okay, so that's that. Let's jump back over to Laravel and Homestead. They offer a way to just clone Homestead as its own and use Homestead as kind of a global hub for all your Laravel projects. And you can set up folders with sites. But for the sake of what we're doing, and if you want to work in a team, it may be better to isolate your Homestead configuration to the project itself. So I'm going to jump down over here to the other integration point it has. Where is it at? Oh geez. All right, here we go. So this is the per project installation. And again, it's useful for when you want to go ahead and install the Laravel Homestead for the project and share that with another person. So in this point, what we do is we want to go ahead and go to our time tracker folder. And then for Mac, we type in php composer and then require Laravel Homestead /dev. Oh, I put my file outside my folder, so I'm just gonna go back a directory. If you want, you can just copy and pull that into your time tracker folder. And then for Windows, you can just copy and paste this command. So copy, let's go over to Windows. Oh, great. Okay. So let me go to my time tracker folder. I'm going to paste that in. All right, so that's going to get started. We're going to need to jump back into Visual Studio Code and start to set up the project. So let's go ahead and open up Visual Studio Code. Just click on the little folders icon and then select Open Folder. You're going to want to jump to wherever your time tracker folder is. Go ahead and select it and choose Select Folder. So this is going to open it up, and probably going to some stuff that's going to be updating in the background process and stuff like that. So that's fine. And let me do the same for Mac. Yes, I will be covering page design using Bootstrap 4 and going into some CSS stuff. I'm still trying to decide whether I'm going to want to introduce less or Sass in this process. I think for Bootstrap 4, they've dropped less altogether, and they're just going to depend on Sass, so it may just lean on using Sass as well. Okay, so I already have this set up for Mac, I believe. All right, so that's all set up. That's that. So for Homestead, what you're going to want to do is jump over to, why is this not showing? Where's my Vagrant file? Let me check my Windows install. Oh, I forgot a step. So after you've done that command to install Laravel Homestead, on Windows, you're going to want to do init. Just make sure this is right. Oh, not init. It'll be vendor. Okay, so let's jump back over here. Vendor bin Homestead and make. No. And then for Mac, you would type in PHP vendor bin Homestead and make. Okay, so now I should have my Vagrant file here. Okay, so with this all set up, all you'd need to do is jump over to, sorry, it's not the Vagrant file. There's my YAML file actually. There we go, homestead.yaml. All we need to do at this point is change the mapping to the sites. Unless you want it to be called homestead.app for your website for now, not the website, but the web URL, I would change it. And this is already set up to point to wherever your folder's at. So that's another benefit of using the per project setup. So I'm going to change this to local.timetracker.com. And I'll go ahead and then copy this for just in case, because the next thing we want to do is jump over to our host file, and I'll walk you through how to do this too. So let's go back to our terminal and let's type in sudo vim or whatever you like to use for text editing, and it'll be etc/host. And we're going to want to go, I already have it here, but what we're going to look for is, if you see this IP address I've put in, this is specified in the Homestead file. So we're going to want to copy and paste that. Put a space in between it. You can put a tab if you want. As long as there's at least one space, then you put in the time tracker URL thing that you have there. If you don't know how to use Vim, you can just press I to insert and continue to copy and paste that way. And then when you want to get out, just press escape and then press :WQ to right quit. So the next thing we want to do after that Actually, let me go over to Windows too and show how that's done. So for Windows, it's going to be a little bit different. You're going to want to open up Notepad, but under a specific permission. So you're going to want to run as administrator. And let's just go ahead and do file open. And you're going to want to jump over to Windows or C drive or whatever your primary drive is, Windows System 32. And then there should be a host. Actually, no, there'll be like a drivers. There you go, drivers, etc. And then you can choose to show all files, and it'll be the host file here. So here we have that, and we're going to do the same process. Go to Visual Studio Code, open up the Homestead. Let me change this here. Local.timetracker. I'm going to copy, save this. Copy this in, no, come on. And then go back here, and let's copy this. And we can just save this and quit. Okay. So this next part will be, if you don't have the box installed, it's going to take some time to run. And then I can probably jump into maybe some of the Visual Studio plugins while this stuff is downloading. We're going to want to do, let's see, Vagrant up. And if you, let's see, Homestead private file, key does not exist. What did I do that was wrong? Check your Homestead YAML file. The path to your private key does not exist. I remember running into this. Let me just try for Mac real quick. There might be a step I'm missing. Okay, so that's working. This is not. There's something that's happening on my Windows machine here. Let me just Google this real quick. Path to your private key. I would assume that's what the, this would be, my private key. Let's just look it up real quick. Okay. So at this point for me, it's working on my Mac. I have, it's importing the box. I've already downloaded it. If you've not downloaded the Homestead box, it'll have like a progress bar and how many bytes you're downloading per second. So let's see here. What is this saying? Oh man, I gotta do this thing. There's no way. I had this running yesterday. Let's do Windows here. Alright, I don't even think I have SSH keygen on me, on my system. Yeah, no. Typed in init, that should have worked. I don't think there was something I missed. So let me try making the box again. Not the box, but running the make command. Visual Studio Code. All right, well, this is unfortunate. I'm not quite sure what happened with my my Homestead install for Windows. MariaDB is an alternative to MySQL. There was a bit of a fallout for the developers working on MySQL. So MariaDB has, if I have let's go over here, has a compatibility with MySQL in that you can use the same MySQL driver if you're using MariaDB. There's been quite a few differences since 5.6 of MySQL and MariaDB. They've actually split up a little bit more. The features are different. But there's still some parity. You can still use the drivers to have a basic support for both of those. And so if you wanted to get away from maybe something that was Oracle based and use something that's more open sourced, you can definitely use MariaDB. Now they're both open source, but it was just a fallout between what they saw happen when Sun bought Oracle. Not Sun, when Oracle bought Sun. But yeah, a lot of people seem to like it. cPanel, or the Web Host Manager, I don't know if you guys know what that is, but that's basically, if you've ever done shared hosting and it's a Linux box, it's most likely going to be Web Host Manager or Plesk. They actually, moving forward, are going to support MariaDB, and they actually weren't even going to support MySQL 5.7. There's been a lot of pushback for WHM to support MySQL 5.7, but it's been in the works for a couple months now. It's still not even been released. So that just shows you like where the industry is leading. It's they got rubbed wrong by Oracle taking over MySQL and cutting out stuff. And most of the debacle happened with the fact that MySQL would get bug fixes, and usually with the bug fix, they have like testing and stuff, and it would purposely leave out the testing, so no one would have any idea of like what was really fixed and how to test for it. So that's kind of why they split up. All right, so I think for now I'm gonna go ahead and leave my Windows machine alone for now. I did not run into this last time, yesterday when I ran this. So I would say if I have time towards the end of the stream, I'll go back and try to fix this. But at this point, everything I do is going to be exactly the same between what you're going to be doing. So let's jump back here. All right, so this is just about done. And we're going to see what that's doing. Let's see here. I can talk about something that's going to be happening with you in VirtualBox, whether you're on a Windows machine or Mac. I've run into a lot of instances where file syncing has become a problem. And Laravel's documentation actually talks about this. They say you should, if you have Mac or Linux, you can run NFS. Let me see here. And this, I think this is just specific to VirtualBox and Vagrant. Let's see if I can find NFS. And what that's going to do is speed up the process, because if you try to run into your VirtualBox instance and you're running a composer command, it's really slow. Because it's touching all the files. There's a lot of I/O happening. It's really slow. So you'd want to use something like NFS when you're doing the setup. So you could jump back into your folder, and then down here you basically just have the type as NFS. I'm gonna leave it alone for now, but that's what that's at. For Windows, it's a different system. You can use Samba SMB. And that should work out of the box. That's also a quick way to synchronize files back and forth. With NFS specifically, though, you do want to install the VirtualBox plugin. And I believe they have that here too. Oh no, maybe not. Let me see. Vagrant. And it's a quick and easy command you can run. You don't have to start downloading another file and open it up. There you go. NFS bind FS, I believe. Yeah, so you can use Vagrant install and then Vagrant bind FS, and that'll give you the NFS stuff. So let's see, is that still happening? Okay. All right, so I think for now, what I can do is start to jump into Visual Studio Code. Early in my stream, I said I basically love PHP Storm. If you ever have the money, I would definitely recommend it. It saved me so much time. I There's a lot good in Visual Studio Code, but when it comes to PHP Storm and its features, it just blows it out to the side of the water. You don't have to spend all this time configuring it versus what you would do with Visual Studio Code. And I found that a lot of the autocomplete works just quicker and more much more accurate than any other editor I've ever used. So let me just jump into some of the plugins I have, and I don't know if I set it up for this machine specifically. Oh yeah, I did. All right, so if you're going to be using Visual Studio Code and you've already have it before, you have a bunch of plugins, a way that you can quickly kind of get it a little bit quicker is to go ahead and disable the plugins. So you can just click into this little box icon for extensions, and then like I'm not using C# for this project, so I can just click it and disable my workspace. You have to reload, but you can just go through this. So I'm not going to be using F#, disable for my workspace, and I'm not going to be using native script here, so I'm going to just go ahead and disable that for my workspace as well. And if you're finding out that you're not using it a lot, you can certainly always disable it for always. So I'm just going to go ahead and just reload. And I love the fact that like, the editor doesn't have to completely shut down. The window's still there, and the window just reloads. Let's see how this is going. So that's still copying. Okay, so that's that. The extension specific to PHP that I've been using would be let's see here, Laravel Artisan. So if you're new to the Visual Studio Code, you can press F1. Oops. What? Okay, what did I just do? I think I just reloaded the editor again. Okay, my system's a little slow here. All right, press F1, and then you can say like Artisan, and it gives you all the commands. For me, I would sometimes heavily use like view clear cache and stuff like that, but it gives you kind of all the commands up front. You don't have to use the terminal. If you did want to use the terminal, you can always just go to I think what's it go? No, view, and integrated terminal. So you don't have to install another plugin for this, and then you get terminal access right here. So if you needed to, you could run these commands here too. The other one is Laravel Blade support, and it's just a little bit of some helpers for using the Blade syntax and HTML generation as well. The next one that I would recommend is PHP Debug. I'm not going to go through it for this because of the time that we have on hand, but it's nice to be able to step through your code, and to have that through Visual Studio Code is awesome. Okay, so that's still installing. Hopefully I'll be able to make this in time. PHP doc block, that does stuff to when you have, let me just open up a controller here. Let's go to app, HTTP, controllers, controller. So let's say I want to, actually let me open up one of the Auth controllers for now. Close that. Let's say that this did not have any documentation. I could just do /*, and then it'll give me that. If I had a constructor here, it would try to guess what the constructor type was, unless you actually typed it. And if there's a return value, it'll have like return mixed or something like that. So it'll get you started. And I believe it has autocomplete. I may be wrong on that. Yeah, it does. So you can do like param and so on and so forth. All right, so the other extension is PHP. I'm mixing these, and there's a reason for that. So there's PHP IntelliSense, and this gives you better pop-up context than the built-in autocomplete that Visual Studio has. Then there is the Intelligence Crane Edition, which adds on top of it, you get a little bit better autocomplete. I don't think they're conflicting in any way, so you can have both installed. I use PHP Storm, and I can tell you right now, this is still far from what I get an experience I get from PHP Storm. It's not able to autocomplete like all my use cases that I run into, but it's much more better than the built-in version of Visual Studio. Then there's PHP CS, and this is up to you, but if you want to follow any of the PSR standards, if you don't know what that is, PHP has a set of standards on how to do maybe spacing or tabs, which is spacing, and how to like how functions are designed and stuff like that. So you can specify PSR2, you can come up with your own coding standards, and if you want to enforce this on a team level, then you can have it so you're not having to fight with someone like, oh well, if you make a function, I want the bracket on the same line, I don't want it on the line below it. Or if you have a for loop, I want a space between the curly brace or the parentheses and the for each statement. So that's useful, and there is some setup for this, and this is why I had you guys kind of install PHP locally, was because you can go to the settings, and I'll do that right now because there's also PHP units. Let's see, this is still going. Yeah. All right, I may not get finished with the VirtualBox in this here. So with Visual Studio, there is a settings. So you can go to on Mac, go to Preferences and go to Settings. And then on Windows, let's see what we have here. Do File, Preferences, and Settings. And you can do this either for your specific project, which is the workspace, or the user settings. So let's say, for example, I want to make my font bigger. I can literally just hit this X, or just edit, copy the settings, and then change this to a bigger font. And then save it. So now my font's bigger. And then for PHP CS specifically, just search for PHP. And there's going to be a couple things that are being given to you through the documentation of each of the extensions. So you're going to want to read through that documentation. For example, you're going to want to turn off PHP Suggest Basic if you're going to do the IntelliSense type of autocomplete stuff. But here we have the validate executable path. So for example, I'll copy that over. I'll copy this over. Why is that? There we go. And I want to change that to false. Just make this a little bit bigger. Oh, okay. All right, let's do this. All right. And let's see here. Validate on save. Sometimes if you want like on demand stuff, you'd want to say on type. So you'd copy that over. And then let's see, there was one more executable. No, that's fine. So we have this here, and all you would need to do is just put in the path that you have for PHP. So here I can just copy over this, type it here, and then php.exe. And because this is Windows, you're going to have to / to escape. Missing anything else? Okay, so that's good. Let me just double check. That is still running. Wow. Okay. All right. So then what that would do, if everything's set up right, is when I go back to a controller. Let's say I go back to app HTTP here as I'm typing. So if I type in fun, oh, I have to allow it first. It already started to give me the context of like maybe what's wrong and if there's any type of formatting issues. So if I do a double tab, it'll tell me like, hey, this is actually I didn't even set up my PSR. Checking for that. It's not. Okay, I'm not sure why that's picking it up there. Let's jump over back to the settings. Let's just jump over to the extension to see what that was called. PHP-CS. So it was PHP-CS standard. So you can go here, go to settings. And this will be PSR2. Did I disable that? That's weird. Oh, I don't have it installed on this one. That's great. Okay, let's see here. All right, we're getting a little bit closer to this, and there really isn't that much to move forward, but I'll see if I can run over just a couple minutes. So that's installed. Why is there two versions? Reload this one more time. Okay. So now it tells me try this again. I didn't even give this a function name. Hello. So if I indent this, it should be telling me what's wrong. Try unkey. Oh, one of the parts, the things that you need to do is for the extension to install PHP-CS. You'll want to install the composer package. So here I can just press, I think it's Control backtick, and then composer acquire dev. I don't want to type this out, so I'm gonna copy and paste it. Yeah, I would just explain that. So PHP-CS is when you work in a team, you'll find out that people have certain preferences on how they want to code and type, and that's odd. It's not picking up my my global there. And so like, let's say they want to use tabs instead of spaces, or they want to have their brackets or parentheses in certain formats, how they're going to format their array. All those things are kind of conflicts of interest. And from my personal experience, talking to someone about that is frustrating and almost insulting sometimes. So having something like the PHP-CS, which is the code sniffer, set up, you can choose standards, existing standards that'll stop a person and say, hey, there's something wrong here. You have tabs instead of spaces, or the way that you formatted this function is wrong. So let's do composer PHP network composer acquire dev. Okay, let me check my all right. Well, it's getting close to a closing time here. If you guys have any more questions, you can change to terminal. Okay, retry. If you guys have any more questions, please sure to ask with the last few minutes I have here. Let's see. Is there any other extension I missed that I was going over? Oh, PHP unit. This is just nice to have so you can run through the Visual Studio Code, but Laravel has PHP unit built into it, so there's not really much you need to do. You just jump into your terminal and run it. It gives you some type of like nice little output for that. But if you ever want to run it in your Visual Studio Code, that's fine. Um, a lot of PHP development I do, there's sometimes I need to upload the files, and Laravel has a deployment feature. So you could use the Laravel deployment, which I don't remember the name offhand. I think it's like Envoy. Yeah, and this lets you write like SSH commands, terminal commands that you'd want to do to really streamline your deployment. But if you're doing something much more basic and you just need basic like FTP access, a plugin that I found was Deploy, and it has a lot you can do. So you can do like syncing on save and stuff like that, and it supports much more than just FTP. It has Amazon, Dropbox, and so on, and it has so many rules that you can put in, like what you want to ignore, what you do want to ignore, and you can set up like SSH keys if you want to keep typing in the password. It's pretty robust. If this is too much to set up, there was another one I found. I'm trying to remember the name of it. There's only so many FTP ones. I was searching. Yeah, it was. Let me double check here. I think it was FTP Simple. Yeah, it was FTP Simple, which you can set up. I think it was a similar thing. You can have syncing um, if needed, and it offered diffing, which deployed diffs too, so you could diff like the local file with the remote file and see what changes have been made between them. So yeah, that's that. Thank you guys for joining the stream. I'm really sorry my my Vagrant box wasn't up in time, but technically, if everything worked, you'd be able to go to local.timetracker.com, and it would load up the Laravel instance that you have running in your Vagrant box. I'll probably just backtrack a little bit for my next session, and I'll go over a bit more on Vagrant, and then jump into my next planned session, which I believe was setting up for design. Let me check my session. Yeah, so that'll be setting up for design. I'll probably have much more time um, in leadway for that session just to go back and answer more questions for anyone who got stuck on maybe the previous session. And that'll be on Thursday, same time, 3 o'clock Eastern p.m. and 12 o'clock p.m. Pacific time. Yeah, thank you all for hanging out, and I'll see you guys next time. Again, in this session, we're going to backtrack a little to talk about Vagrant on Windows for those who are trying to get the Laravel Homestead set up. And then we're going to dive into some of the design aspects, the front end parts of this application. That's setting up some of the JavaScript and CSS things, not really diving deep into them, but getting them positioned to where we can start doing that in the next session. So to get started, the problem I had with Vagrant and Homestead in the last session on Windows was that I didn't have my SSH key. And I already knew how to generate that, but I didn't want to have anyone download something that didn't need to download. So just to go back on that small topic, there's a couple things. Let me make this full screen. There's a couple things I need to touch back. For that error specific, you're going to have to download PuTTY, or PuTTY, whatever it's called. So putty.org. And then just download PuTTY. You can download either version 32 or 64-bit. If you don't know which one you should download, just download the 32-bit version. And once it's installed, then you're going to want to go to PuTTygen. And this is where we're going to have to generate the SSH key. So you can click on Generate. Just move your mouse around. It'll take a little bit. All right, so you have SSH key. Now there's a specific place you're going to put it because of where it was defined in VS Code. So I'm going to open this back up. The vagrant, not the vagrant, the YAML file. It specifies your kind of root directory, .sh folder, and these specific files, or names of the files. So to get there, I don't know how to do that, the shortcut for Windows specifically, but you can just go to my C drive, Windows, your username, and then this is where the .sh file should be. If it's not there, you can just new folder or right-click new folder. Once that's there, then this is where the files would go, and you want to be specific to the name. So this is the private key, and this is the public key. So going back to PuTTY, you're going to want to save the private key, and it's not this one. This generates a PPK file, which you can use in like PuTTY itself or FileZilla or anything else that needs an SSH key. You just go to conversions and export open SSH key, and this will go ahead, ask you for a password, and you're like, nope, because it's just local development. And here's where you'll just navigate back to C users and .sh. And then it would be ID _ RSA. And you can do that the same for the public, but this time you can actually just use, save public key. So the same thing, whatever. Is there like a recent one for me? No, it's not. .sh. And then this will be the ID _ RSA pub. So that's that. And then you would be able to actually run Vagrant up. I believe, I don't think I have it up running right now, so let me just go ahead and run it. Now there's another important part that I stumbled upon when just trying to get this to work again. If you have Windows Pro, it's already running. Okay, if you have Windows Pro and you have Hyper-V turned on, and you've updated to the latest patches, your Windows is going to crash. You're going to get blue screen. And so if you have Hyper-V turned on and you don't know how to turn it off, you can just right-click on your Windows program and features, turn on or off, and here you turn Hyper-V off. It's going to ask you to restart. It's going to do some updating. All that's relatively quick though. And then when you run Vagrant up again, it won't crash or give you the blue screen. So that's that. The next thing I want to do is I wanted to get some static pages up and running so we can start doing design stuff. That's still possible, but I was going through some of the design notes I was going to do for this session, and overall we will need to do one thing anyways. And it's kind of important to get out of the way anyways, and that's just making sure our database is up and running, we have the correct credentials as needed, and that we're just going to import the auth stuff from Laravel itself. So for that, what we're going to want to do, depending on if you're using Homestead or MAMP for the session, is generate the database. Homestead already has this set up. You already have the password and everything else for her. In fact, the environmental variables that are already given to you already have all the stuff you need for this. So there's no configuration for those who are using Homestead. But if you're using MAMP, you're going to want to change the stuff out. And to do that, let me just open up my MAMP real quick. Go to Open Start page. Will they be notified? Import Laravel. What do you mean by being notified? There's always a delay on that, so I'll just wait. So the other thing is, it already adjusted. Will import from Laravel settings. Will they be notified? Change adjusted. Not quite sure what you mean per se. Are you talking about the this stuff if you change it from Homestead and vice versa? Let me get back to. So at least for MAMP though, you have root and root, and then you can jump into phpMyAdmin. Hello. And at this point, then you'd create the database. So you'd go to like databases, create database here, and then you'd want to go to like privileges, add new user, and you can copy them directly from your environmental, or you can make new ones here. And when you do that, you just want to make sure you're, let me go back here. You want to make sure that you're actually syncing up the database here, so it has the grant all privileges on test, and you can just click all here too. It's the same thing anyways. Give the password, change that. Now, as far as this being synced up, the if you're making changes to your env file and if it's going to make it back to your Homestead, or if you're editing the databases here, you do need to go back and change them in your environmental configuration. So I'm hoping that answers it for you. You can add another database here, like time tracker, and that'll go ahead and create another database, and you can still use the existing database name and database password. It's already there, the Homestead and secret. And all these files are synced in the sense that when you do save like env, it'll be on your Vagrant box anyways. And it has to do with the synchronization process for that. If you do make changes to your YAML file here, you will need to reload your vagrants. So you would do something like vagrants reload, and this will just basically restart your vagrant instance. But I'm not going to do that for now. Okay, so that should be good and said. The next part we're going to want to do is just we can try to run these commands through the PHP installation that we set up here for Artisan, and I can certainly do that now. So we're going to do PHP, yeah, PHP? It'd be whatever we had set up for here, the applications. So I'll just use this for now, an example. If you have it mapped, what's that doing? Artisan, and then make Auth. And that's going to generate, yes, I already did this before, so that's fine. Sort of like a yes all. Okay. That's going to give me my migrations. And this is not reloading for whatever reason. It should have given me my migrations. Find folder. No, come back. Okay, let me just delete this then. Just way good for doing this in advance without trash. And the home. Let's try this again. Why is it not giving my migrations? That's odd. Oh, okay, well I can try. No, it's not going to even run it. Let me double check here. Okay, so I'm not quite sure what this is doing. Offhand. Maybe because it thinks there's users factories and stuff. It's really odd. No. Okay. So what I would suggest for now, while I'm just trying to get through some of this stuff, is actually the next thing we're gonna want to do after we get this authorization stuff set up is make sure you have Node.js installed. Will you be using NTP servers for time zones tracking? I mean, that's definitely a possibility, but I'm not sure why we would need NTP servers for time zone tracking when we're going to have the time zone specified for each one. As far as the server is concerned, yes, it's probably incredibly important to have the actual real-time set up for the app. NTP servers synchronized, but this wouldn't really affect Laravel itself. It's more of a server configuration. Okay, so now I think Vagrant may already have, or Homestead may already have nodes set up. I might be wrong on that. But I usually don't try to initialize a bunch of files through Homestead because of just the delay between all this stuff. So what you're gonna want to do anyways is just go to just search for Node.js and just click on the LTS version and save it, download it, install it. Once you do that, you should be good to go. The part that we're going to want to do while I just look into this a little bit more is in your terminal, type in npm install, and this will go ahead and set up your nodes modules folder, install all the stuff. This is going to take probably like a good set of minutes to try to do. So while that's happening, I'm going to go ahead and try to fix my authorization not migrating correctly. And so let's try this again. Yeah, part of that is I have time tracking code outside of Laravel. I eventually do want to move into this. Um, the other part to this is that it's incredibly useful for other projects I've used it on. They always want a time tracking component, and while this is just going to be an app, it's certainly plausible to down the road put this into a package so that you can just import this from Composer, and then you'll have your database stuff and everything else set up with that. So it'll be useful for me anyways, because I do have client requests for that. Okay, so let's just go ahead and delete auth folder. I should probably just do this through here, it'll be quicker. Oh, come on. Yeah, two birds and one stone. Is DB the best choice for this? Are you talking about MySQL or MySQL or Postgres or SQLite? Let's see. I was just going to go to resources, views. MySQL. That's a personal preference, really. A lot of people have been moving to Postgres because of the debacle that happened between MySQL and Oracle. And Postgres it's a much more correct database. That MySQL's changed in times in that you can have a strict mode. You can enforce data types when you're saving it in. But I think a lot of people, when they move to Postgres, they find that the tooling is a little bit more lacking. The installation is getting better, but just overall, there's a bit of a difference in how you query stuff because MySQL in general is not really standard For example, how you do like pagination. Try this again. Oh man, what is going on? Okay. But yeah, I've used all the above. I generally tend to stick with MySQL-ish type of stuff, and that's because just the amount of tooling behind it is always nice. And MariaDB is not really much any difference than that, other than its newest versions that are coming out. It's because it's open source. I mean, that's true for Apache. There's always, I mean, I go through PCI audits all the time. MySQL is rarely an issue. It's more like, oh, you're running Apache or you're running PHP. Here's the vulnerabilities. Go ahead and update. So I don't, there's, I don't think there's security issues, but as far as injection exploits, that's why you use something like PDO for MySQL, and that's behind the scenes of Laravel when you're using Eloquent or using the query builder. It's just PDO. It's not anything special. So as long as you're escaping all your stuff correctly, it doesn't matter whether you're using MySQL or a Postgres. All right, let me I may end up just trashing all this. Laravel auth. Yeah, why is my no migration table? All right, so I'm gonna try one more thing here then. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna SSH into the Vagrant box, and for Mac users, this should be relatively easy. All you do is you type in Vagrant SSH, if I can spell that right. And for Windows users, depending on the versions of Windows that you have, you may be able to use this command. If not, because we've downloaded and installed PuTTY, you can actually just go ahead and open that up. And then we're going to want to go to the IP address, which is the one up here. The port, I think 2222. I could be wrong on that. And just click open. Connection refused. All right, so that was probably the wrong port. Port 22. Yes, login as Vagrant. Password is Vagrant. And you can generate an SSH key, but then you have to go back to your R ID RSA, load that up. Yeah, and so if you want to use PuTTY with the SSH key, what you can do, and you didn't generate the PPK then, is you can open up PuTTygen again, and you can load the SSH key that we had. So that'll be back in, let's see, bingo, .ssh, and we want, okay, and then what we're going to do then is just save the private key. And we can call that the same thing, id underscore rsa dot ppk. Save that. And so then when we go to PuTTY, or is it, let's generate another one. You put in the same IP address. When you go to connections, you go to SSH. I think it's Auth. Yeah, Auth, and then browse. And we're going to go to users.ssh. And then this way you shouldn't have to type in the password at all. You just go right in. What? Oh, I forgot to put in username. So that would be Vagrant. SSH keyword. Oh, that's odd. I should probably be saving settings. just go ahead and save this one for now. Time tracker. And Auth. So that's not going to work. I'll just leave it alone for now. Oh, I forgot. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Data. Come on. You don't need a key for root login specifically. What you would do, why is this not saving? Okay, something is happening here. What you do is once you do SSH into your server, you just type in sudo su-l, and that'll give you complete root access. So it's you don't really need a root key for that. But I'll leave that alone for now. Then I'll come back to it maybe if there's extra time at the end of the session. So let's just go ahead and jump over. Let me get back out the Vagrant cd code, and we're going to want to do PHP artisan make auth. Oh, excellent. No, I'll just run it one more time. If this doesn't work this time, then I can just that's so odd. I'm trying this PHP artisan migrate. Yeah, nothing to migrate. All right, yeah. I'm not sure what this is doing. This is so odd. 2014. Where is this file at? Okay, well, I'll leave it alone for now. And I'll go back to the Node.js stuff because we can still work on the other things. So the next thing I have set in is just jumping back to Node, and you should have that installed already at this point. Is I don't want to do in this terminal, so I'm gonna add another terminal here because that one's to my Vagrant instance, and I'm gonna go ahead and just type in npm install. Wait, I think I already did that. Yeah, I should have already done that. So the next thing we're going to want to do, once that finishes, is if you had just installed it, you may need to run that twice. It'll say like run the command a second time, and I thought I removed Bootstrap 4. Oh, okay. So what we're going to want to do next is jump into getting our front end stuff going. In the other session, I was going to do Laravel mix, but it might be worth just putting it here too. So what we're going to want to look at is Webpack. And this is just a quick little precursor to everything else. We're gonna have like a CSS file, and you can choose Sass or less. If you choose less and you want to use Bootstrap 4, you're gonna kind of be out of luck when you want to reuse any. So I do recommend Sass. And if you want to make a decision on whether or not you want to even use Mix, you don't have to be using it because Mix is just Webpack in itself. If you're more used to using Webpack, you can definitely break out of that and have your own Webpack configuration. The way that Jeffrey Way's kind of position is this is like an 80% solution to most stuff. So if you do need to break out and do your own thing, then you can always fall back to Webpack. And previous to this, it was Laravel Elixir, which is really just a gulp helper. And I use that a lot. I like Gulp. It's much more simpler. But I think for anything else that you need to do for like web development, running a bunch of tasks isn't usually the best idea. And I think like the best way to put what is Gulp and what is Webpack is that Gulp is a task runner. So be able to run, I mean, technically you could run something like Webpack in Gulp if you wanted to. And Webpack is more like the task that you would run. And they both can do similar things. You can have Sass and less and all this other stuff. If you're doing Sass in Webpack, something you would have to do when you're not using something like Laravel Mix is to like use the text replacer. It's something, some package like that, because it's really compiling JavaScript code. So you would like extract the Sass code from the JavaScript code and so on and so forth. But yeah, this is much more simpler to deal with than Webpack itself. There's a lot of configuration to learn, and this is just very, very simple. And so this file here is just the little app CSS stuff, and we can pull that up by going to Resources, Assets, Sass, and App. And here you can see that it's pulling in the Google Fonts, the variables, which is this file here. When you do an import, it'll look for the underscore. And these are just some of the definitions in Bootstrap itself. And there's a special Bootstrap-Sass package that this comes built in with. Because we're going to use Bootstrap 4, we're going to change some of these things up, which is fine. And then the other thing is they're using the Bootstrap style sheet from here. So they're just importing it. So what I wanted to show you guys was a kind of a neat trick for people who are just hammering away at HTML and CSS and they're using the Laravel blade system. And that is that Webpack and, well, Mix comes with two things here. We want to enable source maps. And this is useful for, actually, let me go ahead and show you then. So if I open up Chrome, because Edge does not support opening websites with the host file, we go to local.timetracker.com. And we just say we inspect anything. And then we go to the elements is fine. There's, oh, it's already doing it because I already did it. But basically, what this, if you were looking at this and you did not have source maps on, it'll say like app.css is on line 1833. And that's actually not, I mean, if you look at your app file, your app.sass file, it's really not there. I mean, you have like nothing here. So by turning on source maps, it's actually telling you exactly from what source it came from, which is scaffolding.sass file. So incredibly helpful. You definitely want to turn that on when you're doing stuff with Sass or less or anything else for that matter. It works for all those. The other thing you want to do is, and this still will depend on your computer performance speed, and if you're running in Vega or not, but just turn on browser sync. And if you're using Homestead, you just type in the same domain that you had put, which is this one, the map. You'd copy that and you'd put it into here. You don't need to define the port because it's already set up to work with the port that was set up with Homestead. And so I'm just going to go ahead and start this real quick. So we do npm run. And if you don't know the commands to run that's inside are possible, you can always go to package.json and still tell you all the commands that you have. So we want to run the watch command. So that's set up and running. This is going to open up my Edge, and it's going to proxy, which means that instead of local.timetracker.com, it's going to go to localhost with a different port attached to it too. So here we have that. Just get rid of this. And the whole reason why you want to do any of this is, let's say you want to edit this file. And so this was called welcome. I'm going to Control P, welcome blade. Let's say I want to change Laravel to, let's see here, time tracker. I'm going to save it down here below, which you guys probably can't see. Let me see. Oh, geez, it's lagging. But basically, in real time, it went ahead and it updated it. So, for example, I type in 2, save again, and like a second or two, you'll see that this updates. And this works with not just the HTML, but the CSS and JavaScript as well. So if you were trying to do something like design, I heavily do recommend using that. Now, the next part to this is whether or not you want to decide to use Bootstrap 3 or 4. And the way I make these type of decisions is that if something was published, like publicly known, it's not going to be maintained by the original author, and that it's going to be given away to someone else to maintain. A code igniter is a good example of this. Like, why would you still make a code igniter? Or at least at that time when that was announced, why would you make another code igniter web application when support would be dwindling and limited? That's basically what's happening with Bootstrap 3 and 4. The author a while ago came out and said that he was no longer going to support Bootstrap 3. There's a lot of people out there that can just fork the project and support it themselves. But overall, that's not going to go anywhere. And so Bootstrap 4 was an alpha, and then they released it live, and it's beta. And there's reasons for that. So there are components in Bootstrap that have Bootstrap 4 that are really, really solid. And there's no way in the world they're going to change. They're production ready. And so that's why it was released. But doing that, then that means you kind of foregoing a lot of the things that are already been built for Bootstrap 3. And there's stuff that comes over, but again, it's a decision. And so the way I think about this is, if I come to that like bridge and I'm like, okay, if I'm going to spend my time and I want to reuse this over and over again for other projects, it's not going to be worth using Bootstrap 3. And it'll be worth my time investing in learning Bootstrap 4 and getting up to speed and converting the stuff I have existingly all to that. So I'm making the decision for this session to go ahead and go with Bootstrap 4. And so there'll be some nuances to that. And I'll try to walk you guys through some of that. And then if I have the time, we can go over static pages generation in Laravel. So what we're going to want to do is jump over to our package. And for the sake of this, oh, yeah, Bootstrap 4 is not in here. That's weird. I'm going to open up one more terminal while it's running. Actually, let me scratch that. I can just cancel this out. So Control C, yes. Let me pull this over here. Actually, let me open up a separate terminal that has a bigger font. YVDU. So we're going to type in npm install bootstrap, and we have to specify the version because it's beta. npm does not install beta versions of anything unless you specify it. And we want to save to our dev requirements. So this way it puts it back into the package.json file. So as it's running, this will eventually just show Bootstrap. All right, so that's there. Just about done installing. Okay. And this you don't have to worry about. If you're going to be using the jQuery stuff with some like the pop-up modals and stuff like that, then you probably do want to include jQuery modal. Which brings me to another point. There's stuff like Bower and other package managers that get all the stuff in here. Bower for me was kind of a good thing, but it was really up to the package managers, the people who make these things, to define their Bower files. If not, you get like all the source code and it gets thrown into the public folder. So npm, I mean, it's a package manager in itself. There's really no need to have Bower on top of that. And I'm not sure what's going to happen moving forward with these package managers, but npm is the strongest. And so using that, you can install jQuery, you can install virtually every single JavaScript library out there. And then you can include that with Webpack to get started. So with all that said, what we're just going to do for now is go ahead and turn back on our npm watch. So I'll do that from the terminal over here. npm run watch. It's going to open up another Edge browser for sure. And this is going to probably error out and complain because, actually no, it should be okay for now. Yeah. So we'll leave that as is. We don't need a second one. Let's make sure that's still working. Okay, so what we're going to want to do now is just close all this stuff. There's too many files. Go to our resources, app. I think it was this one too. Yeah, first we're going to want to go to the variables folder, because one thing that Bootstrap 4 does is you don't really define the base in pixels anymore. You use rem. So we're going to just type in 1 rem, which is equivalent to 14. And this may generate some stuff, but that's fine. Then we're going to want to go to our app, and we're going to switch this out from Bootstrap Sass to be Bootstrap CSS, and I believe that's just Bootstrap. And we can confirm that by going to our node modules, and then going to Bootstrap, wherever that's at right here. So Bootstrap here, and then it's going to look for Bootstrap, so we have that down here too. So go ahead and save this. And this time it shouldn't complain. There you go, success. And the font changed a little bit, but that's fine. The 1 rem was close enough to what I had for the 14 font. An example that we'd probably want to do, like changing CSS in real time, just as for kicks, we can also do like set the body to black or something like that. So we can say body, background, color. And because the CSS is embedded in the welcome page, well, actually, let me open it up. The CSS, all the stuff is embedded to the welcome page, including the body stuff here. We're going to have to do the import override, which basically means that if I type in black for now and I save it, it'll recompile, but this page doesn't change. And then you can inspect it and see that there was a previous reference to the body color. Where is it not showing? Oh, not on body. But it gets overridden by whatever the inline CSS was. So a little trick that you can always do is just do important. And then regardless of what was provided through the inline, it'll just override that. But that's that, and that's just showcasing more of the browser sync stuff. I do want to backtrack a little then. So if you're getting stuck on browser sync and you're using MAMP, the thing that you're going to want to do is when you're defining this, there's actually parameters that you can provide as an object. So you'd say like proxy. And this would be localhost. And then if it was the port, you'd also provide the port number and whatever that was. So if it's port 80 or 8080 or whatever you have set for MAMP, that's how that would fall down. So I'm just going to leave that alone for now. Okay, so let's see what else. We can start to get started with thinking about kind of a design, and I was just running over some of the built-in examples that is provided to you by Bootstrap 4. So let me just go to getbootstrap.com, or is it .org? No, it's .com. And they have some examples here. It's an example that I kind of liked for just a basic. Well, no, you're already using proxy. So when we use the browser sync, this here is the proxy. It's just a shortcut key. So if you need to specify the port, you're going to want to break out to the more verbose version of that. And you can, Laravel talks about this too. It is basically pointing to browser sync. All the browser sync configuration stuff can go in here as just a JavaScript object rather than a string. So let's see here. Where's my browser? So I like this one kind of the most, simply because it's very simple, it's big, and considering what we're going to be building, it's not going to be too encompassing, but just enough to put some stuff there. So I'm just going to go ahead and view the source. And we're going to go ahead and take the stuff inside the body. And go back to the welcome page. Now we have layouts here, and this would generate from the Auth stuff that was supposed to work, but it doesn't for whatever reason for me. It's not generating my my migration successfully. So we can actually just make a new layout here. If you don't have the folder, just create a folder called layouts, and then see what you can do. A new file. And we'll call this public.blade.php. And here we're gonna dump in. Actually, let's do a couple things. Let's take what is in our welcome, put it into our blade file, our layout file, and let's just start to strip some of the stuff down. We want to leave that. We want to take this out because that's going to move to a CSS file. I'll probably call this public. And this is going to be let's see here. I believe the config helper is available here too, so technically we can just do config and that'll be whatever we have for our env environmental thing. App name. So that would be, oh geez. Open up the config app. It'll just be app.name. Okay, and we don't need this font because this is inside. Let's come to that for now. It's inside the CSS file we're going to create. And then let's go back to this, copy this stuff. And we're going to leave this up here, this navigation stuff. Leave that all as is. Switch this to the app name. Leave that alone for now because we need to start to use this. So what we're going to want to do is get back to the welcome, kind of strip all this stuff out. We'll have the start of this to be extends, and because it's in layouts, it'll be layouts dot public. Okay, we have that, and then we're going to want some type of section to deal with that are probably be the title and all this stuff, but we'll set that up as it goes. We're just going to have content, and we're going to have to make that too. Okay. Okay, that should be fine. That'll be layouts of public. And then we want to make a section. So this, we're gonna go ahead and trim out what's inside the container here. Let's try this for now and see how that goes. And we're gonna say yield, and then we're gonna call this content. Yes, too much stripping makes everyone angry. Okay, that's my PHP CSS that's complaining. So if all is good, we should be able to go back to time tracker. Okay, so let's just move this to the side real quick. What is going on? Yield content. Did I type in yield wrong? Yes, I did. All right, looking a little bit better. The file that we wanted to do for our CSS does not exist yet, so we need to go ahead and create that. We'll go back to our SAS files, and we're just going to go ahead and copy this. And new file, public dot. We're going to save this, and then we need to jump back to over to our Webpack file. So and we're going to want to change, or just, come on, we're going to duplicate this. There's ways to do it multiple times in the same call, but that I'll leave that alone for now. It's called public. Yeah, well, I don't want to be doing too much typing with this, but yeah, it's just my keyboard's very loud sometimes, and I do get very frustrated. Oh, I need to restart my where's it running from? Hopefully, just to get started with the layout stuff. In the next session, I'll definitely be writing out some actual code, not just copying stuff. But we will need to be thinking about how and what features we will have, and then as we progress forward, we're going to have to make some decisions on what we will and will not be supporting, based on the time that we have. So, all right, this is looking a little bit better, more like the thing. I think if we make it over a little bit more, it actually should get to like the double stack of. Yeah, there we go. We have login out up there. That's fine. What we're gonna do is, I'll just do this. Break this out. Is just go to our public blade. That's odd because it's even saying this is the auth is installed, because it should only look for the routes, so the routes present. So maybe that's something else I got to delete. I'll probably figure that out later. So if it has the login route, go ahead and show the home, blah, blah, blah. Let's take this. Let's take this header out. Put it into our public blade file. And then let's go ahead and move this over. Get rid of this. And we're going to say, I mean, technically we shouldn't even care about this anymore since it should be installed. And then we're going to want to switch this out and move over an example. Let's see, we're gonna have home. Sure, we'll throw in the other was just in case. Actually, this is the wrong place. It should be over here. And then we can have a logout once we put in. Oh. Okay, and we can call this, pull this over, call this logout. And just a little word of advice, when you're typing in login, it should be 2 words. Not unless you mean like something like username or something like that. It should definitely be 2 words, not just like login as 1 word. All right, so that's that. We got home, login, register. Let's pull over the about, contact. Get rid of this now. Change this to UL. So if all worked, we should not have to though. Did I forget to save? Yes, I did. Okay, let's see. So login registration looks weird because we're missing the class on the href tags. All right, so that's looking a little bit better. The login page is going to look wonky, and that's fine because we're using Bootstrap 4. This can be fixed. I can't log in or register at this point because my migration's not pulling in. So if you guys want to ask any questions, I can go ahead and just try to figure out what to do for my login and registration to get that back up and running. I have about 5 more minutes left over to hang out with. So let's see here. Authentication. It's probably looking at the routes anyways. So we can go over to let's just start up. I can definitely try to build that in. I generally hate CAPTCHAs. If you ever do build an app and you're having users wanting to join your site, I do not recommend CAPTCHAs at all. If you really do want to have some way to prevent bots, it may be better to do like OAuth integration with Google or Facebook or something else like that. It's much less intrusive and kind of guarantees accounts of someone that has some type of vetting. I mean, usually bots from those sites do get shut down at some point, so you have a little bit more guarantee and a lot less friction than using a CAPTCHA. All right, so what I'm going to do for now then is just jump over to Composer. Let me open up another terminal here. Because everything is there except literally the migration. Documents, live edu, and we'll make another one. So it'll be Composer, create project, prefer this, Laravel /Laravel time tracker 2. I figured I was not going to get that command right. Getting started, installation. No, I was without quotes. Preferred dist. Oh, no, nothing without the. All right. So that's going to run. It's going to run forever? What the heck is going on? So let's see here. I need to touch back on why the PPK file did not work. And then I'll probably just initialize auth here and then copy over the migrations manually for now. Next time, I'm just gonna do a git rebase, so I can get back to the original source code I had before I started to practice on this stuff. So cd time tracker. Oh, time tracker 2. Let's make off. All right, so I should have that folder now, those files, database migrations, pull that over, go to node modules, no, database migration, paste those over, and then I can go ahead and go back to the time tracker, PHP, artisan, migrate. That'll go ahead and complain that my database isn't working because I need the SSH, vagrant, SSH, and then cd2 code, and then PHP artisan migrate. All right, so then I should technically if I want to. So let's test that out real quick, and then I'll go ahead and stop the stream for today. Hello at example.com. Register. Okay, so that should be all set and good. So yeah, that's going to end this stream. What I'm going to do for now is just go back and plan out for the next session. I do have some stuff I already had there, but this will definitely change. We're going to be going over how to do the design, like how we're going to pick out the features and move forward with the design process, wireframing, and then actually jump into the HTML work. See you guys for next time, and we'll get going. Just make sure everything's appearing as it should. So we have that. So I'm going to have like the last two comments of the live chat appearing now along with my webcam. And then we'll go ahead and get started moving forward. see here. All right, and let's go ahead and get started. Let's jump back into this and see how everything's going. Last session we left off on the fact that I was struggling to get the auth to just be initialized and stuff like that, and that's because it was already initialized in my folder, and I struggled with that, but that's fine. The SSH key stuff from Vagrant I'm leaving alone for now, but let's go ahead and continue with the design. And I have a couple things I have prepared for you guys just to review and think about as far as what it takes to start into some of the design process and thought process of building a website in general. So there's two tools I usually use for this. One is, I gotta open it up over there 1 second. One's called Art Rage, and it's mainly like a drawing application. Let's get this smaller. But I use this because I have a monitor that I can draw on top of. But I have a Wacom tablet too, like the kind of you put on your desk and you look at the screen at the same time. And the first thing I'm gonna jump into was just kind of, let's see if we can get the layers and stuff to show up here. Views. That's already, oh, it's over here, okay. I'll draw my other window. Like that. What's getting some ideas down on kind of what was planned for the site. Part of this has to do with just kind of looking at some other sites to get some general ideas. So I want to have some permissions and a little bit more fine-grained than what's out of the box that Laravel offers. And so I put permissions there. With permissions, I'm choosing to use the RBAC, which is role-based access controls. And that's more or less like, instead of a group and you always specify all the permissions for a group, you can get down to just the nitty-gritty permissions, and then group is almost analysis to the roles section. And there's two projects I've looked at before, but the one I've used the most was it's called something Ninja RBAC for Laravel, and it says no longer maintained, but I've not had any problems with it. So we'll go into that when we get there, but that's just going to be some interface for the navigation. That's like a drop-down menu or something. The other one I want is just users, and I'm thinking at least have a hierarchy of a user, so they can be like an admin and then maybe possible other users, sub-users of that person, of the admin. So you can probably think of that maybe like an employees section or something like that. The other is just a very, very basic overlay of a task system. So we're just going to have tasks and groups. Nothing really much there. And then the last one is timesheets. And just as a little note, I have a little squiggly line because these are, if there's ever time, it would be nice to have an impersonate feature. Let me see, the thing's probably not showing actually. So you should guys be able to see that. And I've been using an impersonate library, which is kind of cool for Laravel. It lets you just click on the user that you want to impersonate, and then it creates a temporary session that you can log out of and get back to your admin without having to relog into your admin. For the timesheets, there's so many different ways to look at this. There's like the month view, the week view, the day view. And then there's always the like approval and overtime stuff. But we're probably going to leave those two items out, depending on how much time we have, down towards the last sessions of this project. Then there's the miscellaneous stuff, like there's the clock in, clock out pop-up I want. There's always the login registration, forgot password. And the thing that people usually just don't mess with are emails. So there's usually a registration email or forgot password email. Laravel, the box provides some nice email template that you can just use. But that's just my general idea. And so the next part of that was just getting down some of the field / designish type of things. And it's not really that much to think about, but here's just some really basic stuff I had for roles, permissions, users, task groups, and tasks. The only thing that actually has any remote ounce of design is probably like the little task table, which I have like a little hours with a little time thing. So let's say you're looking at the tasks listing, you can just click like maybe a little stopwatch or something to start or stop that timer for that task. And then the last part that I was getting to, let's see where we at here, like that, is why I didn't need to use uh, art rate for any of that stuff, but this is what I usually use it for. It's just really bare bone, really basic a type of drawing with some watercolor overlay on it. You don't need to use software for this. You can definitely always use pen and paper, but it's just an idea, just getting something out there. I've always seen people also cut out these things so they can move them around later, but because it's all digital for me, I don't need to usually do that. And this is something I would show to a client because it's usually enough to display what I'm thinking of when showing them a design. But there's always one other part that I do for design, and that gets into wireframing. While this is technically a wireframe, it's what you draw never matches up what will fit on a web page. And even if you try to have like their aspect ratios, you're having to draw in like very tiny areas, and it's not really representative of what's always going to be there. So there's plenty of wireframing tools out there, but I just generally use a vector program, and that is called Inkscape. It's completely free. I don't save, I didn't do anything. So I'll have that over here. And so this one, I copied over the theme or the little example that it gave as a screenshot. I threw it on here. And then I started to actually just go ahead and start filling out some things that we might want to change to the interface. And then the real part though was me designing out this, if this loads actually, me designing out this clock in clock out pop-up that I wanted. And this will be available like on any page. There'll be a CSS pop-up and getting out some ideas. Now for me personally, I'm not choosing any specific colors in these wireframes. I put very little ounce and care to the color themselves. And most of the time I use very washed out colors, as you had seen on that the watercolor art rage application thing. And I do that intentionally. One is that I do have a color deficiency, so it's really hard to pick the right colors for anything. The other is that when you start to introduce so many colors, the customer and your possible designer will then think about that and want to be using that, or think they have to be using that in some shape or form. Because this is a wireframe, it's not really representative of the true spacing, the true color, or anything else like that. But that's where all of my brainstorming goes, and what I usually spend my time on for design, and what I use to kind of preference what I'll be building out for HTML. It's always possibly to be doing wireframes in HTML, but for me, it's not a very good use of my personal time. And I kind of just like to see things and move them around that aren't just code always, and it's usually easier. Also with like Inkscape, I can give this to another designer that may have some possible experience with it, and they're usually able to tweak these things. And a little tip that I usually do for Inkscape specifically is if you're doing like a layout of stuff where you're having a navigation show of one page to the next, they have a nice little tool here. That's the gradient of actually. It's this one that you can like just grab and drag to something. So here I'll drag it to that, and it makes a little line to it, and then you can adjust it to say why I want it to be curvature, and then, or not a straight line, and you can curve it out. You can add spacing and length and whatnot to it, and you can also make this avoid stuff. So I don't know what this is centering to. But yeah, so that's that, and I usually use it to help. Yeah, it's not centered to that. Help point one page to the next. So I'll build these like massive pages of designs in Inkscape, and then I'll lay them out, and like a user goes from here to here, and from over there they can go over here. it's nice to have like a navigation of flow set up. And I'm not going to go through all that because it's really overkill for this application. There's very little flow. You just simply click on timesheets, tasks, employees, and permissions, and there's not really much else to that. So that's what I have planned. So for now, what we're going to do is go ahead and jump back into our HTML, back into CSS, and this overall page and design of this. All right, so I've been logged out. Let's see, what are we going to get started here? One thing that we do want to add is Laravel pages, and that has to do with like the service, adding the service provider to a package that I've used before. See if it'll find it. Laravel. No, it won't. All right, let's see here. What did I use before? Okay, documents. Okay, and then we want to look at Composer. Bear with me 1 second. What do we got here? Okay, so I'm not sure why that did not show up at all. Maybe because I'm using Bing like an idiot. But it's Laravel pages from DeMeyers. And I spelled that wrong, of course. Okay. So this is something I use. They have a nice little GitHub page that you plug in what it has. Let's see if they actually have a limit on which version of. Nope, they just say anything that's version 5, so that's good. All right, so what we're going to want to do is go ahead and jump to our, let's see over here, jump to our terminal. Let's get out of this. And we're going to do PHP, come on, Composer, acquire, and then what do we got here? Oh, it's forgot I'm on Windows here, so I can just do the Composer, not PHP Composer. So let's go ahead and install that, and then we're just going to walk through the installing process, which is calling. This is a little bit outdated. You don't need to provide a string to the namespace anymore. So we can jump over to, let's wait till this finish actually. We jump over to config app.php. And then we'll want to jump down to the providers, but we have to wait for this to finish here. Okay. So application, package, service providers. Paste that in. Nope. Nope. Let's type it out. Buyers, pages, service provider class, comma there. So it's finished yet. Yep, so that's finished. So I can save that, and I want to add the alias too, which will be down here. Call pages. And facade class. Okay. So the last thing we want to do then is go ahead and do the vendor publish, which will give us our configuration. So we're going to jump back over to this, and we're going to do PHP artisan. Was it vendor publish? Yeah, vendor publish. Pages do not exist. Okay, so we just got to create the pages folder. So let's go down here to resources, views, new folder, call this pages. Let's try this one more time. Yeah, I could always do make directory. Let's see, which provider or tags files would you like to publish? That's weird. It's not. I guess there's all the other stuff that I haven't done yet. So okay, that should be good. So now we should have back in our config folder the pages right here. Let's close that. And we could specify. Oh, well, this should be okay. We'll see if it crashes or breaks or anything. You can have the home page. You can, right now it's called pages, but you can change it to anything you'd want, any other folder. So there's nice little configuration things here. This is the, I think, URL path. This is the content path. So if you don't want to call it /pages, which, what the heck's going outside? And anything ignore and cache, blah, blah, blah. So that's fine. What we just want to do then is to show you, let's take the I guess the welcome page, since there's no auth really to it, and we copy it. And let's go to the pages folder. Let's make another folder here just in case, and we'll call this public. And we're going to copy over the welcome page. So if we were looking at this, it would be pages / and then the public folder that we created, and then welcome. So that should be loading. Yeah. So that's loading. The CSS HTML is not. It's weird. Why is that not loading the CSS correctly? It's possible I didn't put the. Yeah, so I didn't even put in the right way to do this stuff. I believe this is like assets or something like that. So let's. No, it's not called assets. All right, let's look this up quick. Nope. I'll be like URL helper. So we got public path. No, those, right? Yeah. Public path. Save this one more time. No, what's that looking at then? View source. What? Okay, it's trying to load the system. I'm probably still doing this wrong. Storage resource. Usually it's just like URL. Oh, there we go. Okay. So I was going to do a couple things here, but this is just basically now we can use static pages. We don't have to keep setting up manual web routes or controllers or any type of actions for that matter. We can just keep making pages here and we can link them together. The package that we're using actually lets you link those together by using page underscore URL. So an example we would create, we'll call this, make another folder here and call this logged, no, we'll just call it timesheets for now. And here would make another folder, we'll call that the debut.play.php. And we can link that from, it can really be from anything, so we don't need to link from that. We can just go back to our welcome page here. Oh, there is no welcome. It's just a raw page. So we have that. We're gonna go back to, just go ahead and delete this for now since we don't get confused. Go to welcome. We're gonna just make a link under somewhere else here. So where we should put this. Oh, it's in the layouts actually. So I think it was public. Yeah, public blade. Just for kicks for now, we're going to replace probably the about, since we don't really need it. Call this timesheet. And we'll link that to this would be a page underscore URL. And then that is the, what do we call it? Timesheets day view. P stands for pause. Not sure what you mean by that. Timesheets day view. No, P stands for paragraph. I'm not sure where that was, but that's just a really quick way. So like if I just said hello 1 2 3, there's not really much of any initial spacing other than what was set for the body. Let's just load. Yeah. So I mean you can use the P tag. There's BR too for putting breaks within the line. P just adds its own break with its own usually set of padding for a while as well. But here we're going to want to extend. We have I think app.blade. We'll make a separate. No, I guess we can keep the same public layout for now. Well, no, we'll do one more. We'll call this the static layout. And we're gonna go ahead and copy over some of this here so we can start to change some of it and not assume anything at this point since it's all just design related. And Auth. we want to get rid of all of this stuff. We're just going to have timesheets, and we'll define the other ones like users, permissions, and so on. This can probably be de-indented some. All right, so this is all going to be the same. The only thing is we probably want to put up, I'll leave it for now, leave it as public.css, and we'll add more styling to that. And we can close the welcome, go back to the day view, extend static. Actually, let's open up the welcome to this just in case. Make sure we actually have content that's loading. Oh. Did I spell that wrong or something? Oh, forgot the folder, that's why. Layouts, static. And then let's go ahead and just reference, because we're going to do the timesheet, I guess, for now, the time in, time out stuff. And that was in ArtRage. Let me open that back up. Open recent. Oh, jeez. All right, so let's just move this around. And where's the layers at? I always gets moved around. That's the wrong one. Open recent. We'll go ahead and hide this. Show these. Let's just do a quick export so I'll keep this open. Okay. Don't save. Documents. ArtRage paintings. Okay. So I'm just gonna let's make it too small. Move this over some. Keep that for reference. And so the first thing we want to do is we're going to leave that title alone. We're just going to throw up an h1 tag here. And this will be timesheet day view. And then we can throw probably an h2 tag. And this will be like the user's name, so I'll put Joseph's time. And then we can have, we're probably gonna have something that's floating to the left, but let's just go ahead and save that. Make sure this is working correctly. Yeah, so H1's already bigger than what's on this title here, and that's not really ideal. So let's get this a little bit smaller. We'll probably just start with an H3 then, not an H4. All right, this is gonna be a little rough, so that's fine. We'll do one more as a H4 and H5. There's usually no more than that. Oh, and I'm missing breaking these tags here. Used to PHP Storm changing these for me. All right, not bad. Next, we want to do the table. I think Bootstrap usually has table class equals usually like table, and we're going to have the first row. And the first column is going to be group. Second column is going to be task. Third column is going to be in. Out. And then I think it was this duration and delete. So. Delete. So let's pull this over, look at it a little bit. So there we got that. It's really rough. Actually, let's jump back a little then and let's go to the app CSS stuff, because it's JavaScript public. Because this is really tiny. We're not going to get that much view out of that. So where did we define it? Is that in the layout itself? Oh no, it actually expands. Okay, I was thinking it was just show up a little stuff there. All right, so let's just throw up some mock-up stuff for rows. Let's go ahead and, oops. This is just going to be a select. There's all these different selects we can do in JavaScript, and when we get to the JavaScript part, we'll get there for now. But here we'll just throw in some options for the initial thing. Select group. And these will all be TDs instead. Yeah. All right. Let's do the same for the task. Select task. And the idea here would be you'd select the group and then you'd select the task, and the task would be filtered off of the group. So there'll be a little bit of Ajax action here, jump into the server and trying to see which tasks belong to that group. The in and out, that's going to be the calendar thing. So I'm going to jump over to the Bootstrap documentation here. And see what they are, not alpha. What they have for inputs, because I believe they changed that moving forward. So here we go, devices, layouts, components. Why is it not showing? Okay. Typography, tables, figures. Tables, nothing new. Possibly in components. Yeah, it's in components. Okay. So we just want to grab, what if they still do that? Where they have like the side icon. That might have been something they got rid of. Yeah, looks like they did. So that's fine. It's not going to be too big deal for us. We're going to go ahead and just float some stuff around. So let's go back here, just a bit smaller. We're going to put the input and type would be, just for now, I'm going to set to date because it'll show the little, it's not reloading. It'll show the little date picker for many of the newer browsers out there. So that'll work until we get an actual date picker and input stuff in the JavaScript section of this. And we want to add the time too, so we can do input type this time. I don't know if Edge supports time. Working shifts is an iffy thing. I'm not quite sure how, because there's stuff like overtime that I've done before, and you'd configure that for, I'm in the United States, so there's like overtime per day, overtime per week, and then there's like alternative schedules so that overtime can be considered at different hours of the day, like up to 10 or something like that. But I don't know if we're going to add in shifts per se, because that kind of gets into Gantt scheduling and stuff to know when someone's available to work on something. And that's going to be kind of way too much to kind of dive into. I'll never end this project if I want to dive into like overtime and Gantt charts and all this other fun stuff. We'll see if there's the extra time, because I'm hoping this is just going to be like a 5-week project at most, considering I'm streaming 3 times a week. So we have that duration. Just put 0, 0 for now. And here we're going to use the basic bootstrap button thing. A href equals default. No, I want to use probably warning if that styling is available. And I need to why is warning yellow? Let's see what they changed for images. Yeah, I'm not seeing the colors here. So let's jump back over to components, buttons. Oh, danger. That's why it's yellow. Now for some of the buttons, it's okay to add colors, but you don't want to have colors on every single button. You don't want it to be like a Fisher-Price type of application. I know some people kind of prefer that as far as users, because they can definitely see it. Sometimes with delete buttons, I don't even put I don't specify a color. I don't know if this is in Laravel or Bootstrap 4, but it would be just set it as a link, and then that's usually less obvious to click on because it's nice to pronounce it, but you probably want some type of warning on there too. All right, so that's that. And then we can have, I think there's for loops in Blade. For equals, actually we could just do a for each just for the kicks of it. We're going to specify a range, 1 to 10. That's I. And for each. So now we have a bunch of them. Just make it a little wider. What is this doing? No, this is not Python. So down below it will just be a kind of a summary of the duration stuff. So if there was time in here, we could do it. We can add that. So let's go ahead and do something like tfoot. And do the tr. And let's see, how many columns do we have here? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're just going to do th colspan equals 5. And we'll just put some sample number here. So we'll say like 23 hours. So that's that. And we're going to have to do a text align. So I think there's just a class for that for Bootstrap as well. Maybe text-right. Yeah. And we're going to want to right align the durations too, so they're all matching up. And starting at the 0, 0 marker as needed. So we'll do class equals text-right. Okay, so that should all match up. And then we probably want to put like a total hours. Okay. Let's see here. Delete, blah, blah, blah. You pick the date, you pick the time in, time out. I'm not sure what else we would do here. There would be an idea to where like if this would be a type in box, and if it didn't exist, we would be able to go ahead and put in the group itself. So just for design's sake, what I'll go ahead and do is I'll go ahead and put in another input underneath it. Because we definitely don't want them having to jump out and create these task groups and tasks when they're in this type of interface already. So that's all just going to be placeholder. Then that'll be timesheets. Probably want to do something with the layout and get some sub navigation underneath here. So just not just timesheets. We didn't do public. It was the static, which is right here. Okay, static, blah, blah, blah. There's no navigation here. So let's do a test. Let's say div class equals row. And we'll do same thing. href equals, we'll just say hash for now because that's not going to go anywhere. This will be the day view. See where this is landing us for design. Okay, and we want to, I think it's still in Bootstrap 4, pull right, so we can float it right. Oh no, that's not going to work. We can just do text right. Okay, what's going on here? That's good. All right, yeah, it should be aligning text align right. That's off very weird, unless my div is no longer attached to the DOM. Okay, well, let's just take out row since we're not doing anything with columns yet. There we go. And that has some spacing to it, so we can probably do like class equals button and button link. Add some padding to that and match it up with the timesheets padding. Yeah, so now they're flushed right. And then we'd continue on with this, so we'd say week view and month view. And probably this should be active class It was either the anchor tag or the li. Yeah, I'll say the anchor tag. Why is this touching so close to the top? Did I not add spacing correctly? Let's check up on the welcome page and what was done there. Also the layout. No, not HTML. It's taking me to all these other different layouts for the welcome page. Okay, so we did peel now, blah blah blah. Yeah, there's nothing special that we're doing. Did I delete something? Div clear hotfix. Did I type in year? That'll be a bit excessive to see all the time for an entire year's worth of data. All right, that's weird. That's putting it. It's like touching the top of my page, which I definitely don't like. So either I can cheat or I can just do something else. Let's just jump over to the welcome page here. And obviously it's not called welcome, it's just a home page. Oh, that's touching the top too. So I wasn't doing anything special. All right, so what we can do is let's just add padding to the container. Jump over to public. It's all that none of the CSS is here. Yeah, I've built reports because we have a time clock for the company I built, and we use it internally. And we do have like not just a year, but like multiple years of reports to kind of see what has happened. It's useful, but for reporting, we really just need like hours. We don't need some crazy breakdown. Although we do have some crazy breakdown for like overtime, for projects and tasks and all this other stuff that lets us figure out what time are we spending that's being wasted. Okay, so I was going to put the container. Probably want to put an ID on it because the container is going to be used quite a lot in Bootstrap. So let's go back to our static blade. Put this an ID. Main dash page. Jump over to our Sass. Main page. And we're going to put margin top and put 2 rem. Put some spacing between what's oh, that's odd. Let's see, did the HTML not update? Inspect element. No, main page, margin. Where's my margin top? Am I pulling in the right CSS file? Let's see here. It's so odd. All right, so let's check the CSS just in case. It's actually not loading. View source. and link. It's just showing me Bootstrap. That is so odd. All right, let me jump over to Chrome just in case. Just copy that. Yeah, it wasn't reloading the CSS, so let me just close that for now. And just try this one more time, change that to 3. Yeah, so I guess it's something with Edge. All right, so we're gonna run a little low on time here. I'm just gonna go back and clean up some of these inputs because there's actually Bootstrap styling to this stuff, or some type of styling. Usually it's called like form group, form input. I'll double check. Yeah, let me double check. Get Bootstrap, CSS forms. No, that's the wrong one. Documentation, components, forms. So the class they're using for an input is form control. All right, so I'm just an idiot. I forgot about that. Form control. Just going to clean up some of the styling here. All right, let's look a little bit better. Duration. We can definitely reduce the time here. So let's just jump over to the layout section and grid. See what they're calling it now. Okay, so it's all the same for me. And we're just going to put div class equals row. May not need, actually, let's not leave it for now then. And then we're going to have call this col dash, I guess small, unless small changed. And then we're going to do something like 8. So much indentation. I may have to switch to like 2 tabs or something. We'll change this to 4. See how that looks. So it's not a huge date and time on each line. That's fine. There's spacing in between that, which isn't the greatest. So maybe we'll change to medium. Down to 2 lines at that point. Okay, I guess not. So date's being cut off a little, but we'll replicate that for the other row too. Okay, and then if this was full screen, come on, it would be 2. All right. And then for the duration, I just want to put some line height to that. So we'll put this out in the class timesheet dash duration. click. We're going to say that this is going to be line height of 1.5 rem. No, it's actually smaller. So let's just jump over here and start to tweak the line height. 2.5 rem, that's pretty good. And then we want to go ahead and probably center this. Oh no, we're not going to center because it's already to float right. All right, so it's the first page is really rough and kind of ugly, but we'll get much further down the line. The next one I wanted to do was the clock in clock out thing. That's just gonna be a little CSS pop-up. I'm not quite sure how to do that without per se the JavaScript, so we may just have like a pop-up show up and then move from there. I don't want to focus too much on the HTML part of this, so I'm just going to do a couple pages for these sessions and then break off and do the rest out sync of this, and then come back and we can focus on some of the programming aspects of the time tracker. All right, well that's it for today. Thank you guys for joining, and hope to see you guys next time. All right, we're going to be starting off where we left, which was just getting some of the more pages HTML and CSS out. But with that, we'll need to touch on a couple things about Laravel Mix so that we can get Bootstrap's JavaScript code in there so we can do some programming. So with that said, I wanted to make a quick tweak to just the spacing on top of this right here. So I'm going to go ahead and add a quick CSS style to my style sheet, and I want to make sure I have my stuff running here. So npm run watch. See, actually, what did I have the mix set up to? Okay, that's good. We're just going to go ahead and close this for now. Cannot be reached. That's odd. Hello. Let's see, what did I do here? It's wrong. Should not matter. Okay, let's just do this for now. Okay, so I just wanted to add a quick little bit of spacing in here before we start diving to some of the Laravel Mix stuff. Hey guys, let's see here. We are going to jump back and go over here. We're going to go to the CSS file. I believe it's the public one. We're going to be used for now, and we're just going to look at the no, that's not what I wanted to do. Come on. Okay. We're just going to inspect this to get the path that we need to change. So this is going to be header class and nav is probably a good idea. We can test that out by just adding some padding, 0.5 rem. That's good. That adds something. So we want to copy over that into our SAS file. So we're going to type in dot header nav, and then we're just going to say padding 0.5 rem. And then let's just switch that over so we're getting some live reload. All right. Okay, so the part that I wanted to start to dive into was just getting the little pop-up to happen, so you can start seeing some type of visual on your time. And as I try to do that, let me just get my notes here. Okay, just ripped. As I started to do that, I realized I do need to get jQuery and Popper and stuff like that added on. And so, oh, I'm not going to have it up today because there's a lot of code I'm be going through, and I watched my previous sessions and I noticed that sometimes it gets in the way. So it's going to be off for today because there's going to be a lot of jumping around, unfortunately, at least from a terminal and text and browser and stuff. All right, let's see here. Okay, so what I wanted to show you first was just kind of the default that Laravel Mix does, and kind of if you see this from my point of view or from another developers, they're probably going to freak out. And that is they'll throw everything into one file, and this JavaScript file is 3 megabytes. This includes jQuery, Bootstrap, Vue, Lodash, and something else, and we can find it out from the Bootstrap file. So we have this one, which is an HTTP like kind of REST-friendly library. We got Bootstrap, jQuery, Lodash. All this stuff is being thrown in there, and there's ways to handle this, but we still need to add in Popper.js, and that file is massive and huge by itself, and this is because it's in development mode. And when you get into production mode, it'll be much smaller, like at least a megabyte or something like that. But I'm just bringing this all up because what we want to do is include Bootstrap as needed. And I believe this was like a Bootstrap SAS. I didn't change it at the time. So we're just going to start to edit some of this stuff, get what we need, and then hopefully get Bootstrap JavaScript working so we can start to use declarative syntax. So what we're going to want to do is let's cancel this for now. We're going to need to include Popper. So it's Popper.js, not Popper. You'll get something completely different. We're going to do save dev. So that's going to install. It should be relatively quick. There's a quirk with this, and it's caused a lot of people to get hicked up on Bootstrap 4 and with Webpack and other stuff. But I'll walk you through how to get that working correctly as well. All right, so we got Popper. What we're going to want to do next is here. Let's see, just do window dot. Actually, we can just do what we got here. Import Popper from Popper.js / and we're importing this path from the node modules, and I can show you what we're getting to. So this will be Popper.js dist UMD, which is the unified module syntax stuff. So we're going to do dis/umd and then popper.js. So we're just including that directly from there, and this is what you kind of have to do to get things working correctly. And then we're just going to set down here window.popper equals popper. Now that should work. So when we compile this, I'll do another watch command. So it's going to run. We're going to want to go to probably our public right now. And not the public. Yeah, the public sign. We're going to add in some JavaScript code here, or at least the JavaScript include. Okay, so that worked as expected. We're going to say script src equals, and then we'll have, come on, asset, and then that'll be js/app.js. And that's just simply pulling from the public folder. So here we have public that's compiled, our JavaScript that's compiled, and app.js. So that's that. All right, so let's just go ahead and see if this is going to load correctly. What in the world? It'll probably mostly be PHP, but we still need to touch on HTML, CSS, and JavaScript for some of the front-end coding. So let's just go ahead and inspect this to make sure the network request is going through. Yeah, so app.js. Now the only problem with doing this with app.js and stuff like that is it's again, it's one massive file, and if we're going to be making changes to our app.js file frequently, that's a lot of code to be swashing around. So one thing we want to do is actually include some type of way to split it up. And Webpack already has this. You split up like what's known as a vendor folder. And Laravel Mix supports this too. It's pretty simple to set up, but there's some quirks again with the popular stuff. So I'm going to show you how to do that, and then how to get jQuery up and running, because there's these hacks that you're probably seen in the app.js or the bootstrap file, which is like manually assigning it to $sign in window.jQuery, and that's just to work around a Webpack issue. Another way you can do that is by specifying the usage in the Laravel Mix. So we're just going to jump over to webpacks.mix and start to add in a couple lines here. First, it's going to be the extract method, and this is going to include all the libraries we don't want in our app.js and will be specified in a vendor folder. So the first would be, let's see what we got here. I think we're already loading up Vue, so we want Vue removed out of that file. jQuery, we want Bootstrap and it's not included. And then we're currently using, I think it's Axos, something like that. And Lodash. By the way, with Lodash, if you don't need it, don't bother including it. That's like 50% of the entire JavaScript code right there. There's a Webpack module to load only Lodash functions you need, but I won't be going over that today. And then the more complicated one, which is popular, we just do or popper.js / and the same thing, dis/umd / popper.js. So this will give us, and then we got to reload our thing here. This will give us the ability to have a vendor folder, and there's one more file that, not a vendor folder, but a vendor file, a JavaScript file. Let me close this node modules thing, it's huge. And we should be seeing some more files here once it gets loaded. Okay, so now we have a manifest, a vendor, and an app.js. And if I jump to them, it's no longer 3 megabytes for this file. It's only 3 megabytes for that vendor folder. And again, half of that is from Lodash itself because of all the functions it has. So what we're going to want to do is jump over to our public for now and we would split this up. I mean, technically, we don't even need it on this home file. I'm just testing it real quick. And then we can do one more thing, which is to get some of the other stuff in the global namespace. So it'll be js dot, I think it was manifest. Yeah, manifest. And then vendor, and then app. And it should be in this order. Okay, so let's just double check. Move this over to the side here. Inspect. Okay, so everything should be loading correctly. Module cannot find, I spelled bootstrap wrong. All right, let me jump back over. Okay, so it is bootstrap. And then unfortunately I got to rerun this again. Okay, so while that's doing its thing, another thing I want to talk about is the usage thing, having to do all those weird like dollar hacks for jQuery and other stuff. So let's just go and refresh this. Should be good this time. Okay, let's see here. Bootstraps requires jQuery. jQuery must be included before Bootstrap. So that might fall into what I was talking about for the usage. So let's go ahead and do that now then. So we're going to have usage. Usage. Oh no, it's not usage, it's autoload. And then this will include an object. We're going to have jQuery point to extract on line 16 is just moving all the JavaScript code out of the app.js file, and I'll show you the folder here just a reference. This used to be like 3 megabytes. So every time you would want to make a change, it's 3 megabytes of swapping around. Every time you'd make a change to your website and you're publishing it, that's 3 megabytes the user would need to re-download. So we're never going to change Bootstrap or jQuery or anything else for that matter. So we actually use extract to bring that out into its own file, and that's named vendor.js. So all the libraries that we specified is coming from our Node.js folder, and so all those are being populated into the vendor folder. And then for Bootstrap to work, we need to put the autoload there, so jQuery and Popper are available to Bootstrap before anything else loads. So that would be, this actually will be an array of stuff. So we're going to offer it as $. window jQuery and jQuery, and just in case jQuery. Oh, that's okay. So the other one is going to be the same path as before, so we can just copy this. And then we're going to name it as popper with a capital P. What we were doing in our bootstrap file, trying to have all these aliases to the windows, like manually attaching it, this should actually be fixing it for that. So let's go ahead and stop. I gotta stop this command. All right. So hopefully we can get this to load without bugging out on us for another bootstrap issue. All right, no errors. So now technically we can start putting in like a modal or something like that. And I actually found like an extension that does Bootstrap 4, but I'll give some preference and warning to this. And that is, it doesn't support beta, Bootstrap 4 beta. It only supports the last version of the alpha, which I think was like 5 or 6. The guy basically said he doesn't have time for this anymore. He's not using Bootstrap. Someone has already made a pull request to fix all this stuff, but then you need to recompile the extension, all those other things. So there's no way in the world I'm going to be typing all that out. But basically what you'd be doing is, and I'll give this an example here, if that ever does get updated, is when you go to, let's say, the welcome page, and you want to have, let's say, a modal pop up, you can say like b4-modal, and then we can say default, and then the part that's changed between the beta and alpha was that this is no longer an H4, it's an H5. So now if we go back, we'll have a little launch, and then we can actually launch it. And I think the orientation of this changed too. So it just, there's minor changes. This thing's really awesome to use if it was updated for beta, but it's not. So at least we know that the JavaScript's working as expected. All right, so we had that. We were going ahead and we did our timesheet. So now I just want to have maybe somewhere around here to have a some pop-up or something, so we can have a constant timer. I'm just trying to think about where spacing wise we can put this at. And we can probably put like a little icon here or something. Let's put like a square for now and fill that out with like a font awesome icon later on. So that's fine. Oh, and for anyone who likes to use Bootstrap's like CDN and using it that way, you guys are more than welcome to do that. You don't have to like go what I've just went through and just try to load it up as a node module, put it through Webpack, and then in its own vendor folder. The only thing I would warn about that is there are times where CDNs are down and your website does not work correctly. So there's a fallback that you may want to do. I forgot what it's called, but it's usually like a JavaScript CDN fallback or something like that. There's some library that I've used before. So it's incredibly simple. There we go. So this way you're not having to stress your server for bandwidth if anything, and then you can have your local file load if you want to. So that's that. So let's get a little button here to log time or start and stop a timer, or at least how that's going to look. And maybe we'll jump into some of the other pages if we have additional time. Can you implement it on any website? The Part of this would be if it's a Laravel site, you should most likely, as long as the table names that we're building does not clash. But it would be better off to, if you do finish if you know a time tracker, you put it as like a Laravel package system, so that all the views copy over all the database migrations. You don't have to manually copy this stuff over. But for now, we're building it as kind of like a standalone app, and you can definitely like manually copy over the controllers and migration and stuff like that if you need to. Let's see here. So let's get the. This is using, I believe, the static. Yeah, it's using the static layout. So let's copy over what we did for the public. So we probably get rid of it since we don't need it for our home page. Move that into static. We'll put it down below. And then let's see. Well, something we probably need to add here is some way to get JavaScript to execute. So we're going to add another yield, and this will be for because we're including all of our JavaScript at the bottom, which is good but bad at the same time. We want to still be able to execute. I already had scripts there, so we just need to move that below, so we can have like another section that is specifying manual JavaScript code for like Bootstrap or something quick and easy. All right, so we have that. Save that. And then let's jump back over to public. No. Yeah, let's just stay in static for now. And then we want to edit this here. So we have an error h3 tag specifying the app name. And let's see, do we care about size? I don't think so. Let's do. So we can say try primary for now. Don't care about any of this. Oh, with Visual Studio Code, you can also do like href equals blah, and then .btn dash primary, and press tab, and that'll make that for you. And then you can just type in whatever you have there. And this is called emit. I believe it's built into Visual Studio. You don't have to install an extension for that. All right, so we would say log time. 1 second. Okay, so we'd have log time there. Okay, and let's change this to different colors, so we're not having too many colors up there. There you go, that's fine. So the point of this was to when you click, go ahead and open up that modal. And for now, let's just look up get bootstrap modal, the component for the modal itself. Documentation, components. And then we want to jump over to modal. Okay, so we're going to want to specify the ID and the fact that it's a data toggle. If you've ever worked with other frameworks, this is more or less called like declarative programming. So you're not actually writing the JavaScript offhand. We'll call this log-time. Actually, no, let's say clock in. And out. Okay, and then what's this over here? The target. So then we need a target of the, so this would actually be modal. And then data-target, clocking out. And then our modal can go away at the bottom of the page. We're just going to copy and paste this because there's so much HTML required. Let me put that down below here. See, we're going to change this to clock and out. And times, close, body, so this will be everything else. Close, save changes. Don't think we need the footer. Okay. Not sure why. Okay, let's make sure I spell the target correctly. Target, clocking out, data toggle. Modal, data target. Oh, I forgot the hash. Okay, there we go. So that's going to be the pop-up. And then here we're going to have that time design that I did. Let me see if I can bring that up as well. Let's see. Query B. Pictures. Okay, I'm just loading up that graphic now. So without it's loading, let's just clean this up a little bit. Since we have the initial modal, and this may get kind of long, we may want to move this out into its own thing. But basically, this is what we minimize this. This is what I was designing out, at least for the clock in, clock out feature. Just have a simple little pop-up with the clock and clock out and the timer, and then the group of whatever the thing is that the tasks belong and start and stop buttons. So we already have the modal. We just need the time, the select options, and the stop and stop. So let's just say clock in / clock out. And then down here we're going to have was it the time? Yeah, the time. So we'll just put some placeholder as like a H5, I guess. We'll have 0, 0, 0, 0. And then we'll have a select class equals form control option group. Okay, let's just check this real quick. So we have our task and our group, and then we want to just throw in the button. Let's see, input toggle size. So we're going to want primary. and we can probably toss it to like, well, let's show like what it would be. So it would be danger. I mean, that's always a possibility. This was more like a clock in, clock out thing, but we can reuse this and repurpose it for start and stop and timers. But usually you don't want multiple timers. Before, what I've done is I'll let someone start a time on any task that they want to do, but it'll stop the previous task that they were working on. I don't know if that's going to be helpful to you. Here, so this will be stop. I'm not sure why this is taking so long to refresh. All right, yeah, I'll see if I can work that in then. We'll have multiple timers going and stopping. All right, so we probably want to, I'm not sure why this is so small then. Maybe you just change this to an H3 instead. And then we want to center all this content, so we can do text-center. Okay, and then let's just put some spacing between this. You can just do a simple like VR or something like that. I think that's some more spacing. Trying to see which is faster here, just reloading it or going to that page directly. All right, yeah, it's a little wide, but I think that's fine for now. Well, we can always come back to design later. So that's that page, or at least that feature. And we may want to pull this out, but I think for now it should be okay. Let's indent that a little bit. So let's see, what else do we have here? We had like users, tasks and groups and permissions. So we just want to throw down some quick tables and pages for those. So we're going to head and make a couple more pages here. We'll call this new folder, users, permissions, tasks. Okay, and then let's just have an example for users. We'll say new file, list.blade.php, and we're just going to take the start of this. No, that's not going to work. Come on. Oh my goodness. Okay. And then end section. All right, and here we're just going to have h1 of users. And then we can have a table. So it would be like table class equals table. tr. Actually, let me back up here. Let's make sure we can actually get to this page first. So in our static, do we have a link to go back anywhere? No, so we're gonna have to add users. Users. We'll probably make a couple more of these too for like permissions and stuff. permissions and tests. Oh, come on. Permissions list, tests. We'll leave it like that. And then permissions, that'll be fine. All right, so we have user single. So now we just need a table. Bring that back over. And then we'll have the ID of the user, the name of the user. Actually, I don't even know what we have. Let's check on migration real quick. Database, migrations, users table. Yeah, we have name. We have full name, basically. Full name, email, and password. So then we can have name, email, and the last one would be permission group. And then this will be options. Okay, so then we'd probably populate some of the example users. So it'd be like number 1, Billy Bob, bb@gmail.com. And then this would be employee as their permission group. And the option would be v4 so v4 button anchor, and this will just be button secondary, I guess. And this will be edits. So let's see how that looks. Yep, and then we can make delete danger or something like that. Yeah, but I'll probably just make this a link actually with text danger. I don't know if that's going to work. All right, so that's that. We have edit, and then we probably want to make something like the name. You can click on the edit too. It'll be the same link. We actually should have already been starting to use MariaDB or some type of database when we did the Auth migration stuff or integration. But it won't be any different than MySQL, basically. I don't think we're going to be using any advanced features per se that's going to require MySQL or MariaDB. And actually, we should probably just have button links for these, for the name. No, don't. Okay. And, oh, it provides a little bit of spacing difference. I think that's fine though. Then we probably want some add feature or add button. So then we can say ahref equals add user, and this would be class equals button primary. And this is probably going to be right next to username, so we want to probably float it right. Yeah, let's see if this is still there. Text, or pull right. No, it's not. Okay, so let's see. Float. Okay, so it's float right. There we go. Okay. And we probably want to do a little bit of cleanup here too with these links, so we're not getting so many confusing things looking or showing up. So let's get this. So we put like just an HR there. Yeah, I mean, that kind of works, I guess. And we're gonna have to put some programming behind this too to make sure that the page that we're looking at loads the appropriate links. So like this wouldn't even have it because there's nothing really to add for users, for links wise at least. And then we'd have to actually add some programming behind that. But that's fine. So we'd have users, and then we want to edit users. We'll just add a quick edit page for that too. So let's just go over here, pages. Actually, I didn't even. Okay, new file, and this will be edit.blade.php. And we're gonna do the same thing, copy and section, and then we're gonna want to link this page up after we give it some type of name. Edit user. Okay, we got list, blah, blah, blah. We're going to jump over to our link here and actually make this link. So we page underscore URL. And this is going to go to user/edit. That's odd. Okay, so that's working. And we can copy that for the add button too. So they're going to the same place. And then here, components for the form. I believe they have some examples we can pull from. So we're just going to copy this over and then start to tweak it as needed. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is have like an input hidden. Value equals nothing for now, and this will be the ID, so it'll be name equals ID. And then there's the CFR, I don't remember what that is offhand. So we can dive into the off folder stuff. Layouts, blah, 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 login. Yeah, we need this here, the CSRF. And that's required for any type of form submissions that you want to do. So that's fine. We have our RD, take this back out. And then we just want to switch this out. So rip out this check. We'll say this is for email. I don't need email address there. Password. And then we probably want to not have password in there right away or anything else because we don't want to show the actual password. So we can just, and we'll make probably like partials out of these. So then if there's any type of form errors or whatnot we're using, so a lot of times we have to keep typing all this stuff out. Make it easier down the line. So we can have name. We'll just switch this one to name. We'll actually have enter the full name. Let's see, and then we needed probably like a drop down for the permission groups. Permission group. And this won't be an input, it'll be a select. Name equals permission ID. Select permission. All right. So why did that? Oh, I forgot the class for this. Class equals form control. All right, so we're doing all of that. That's fine. Then the password, you probably want to say like current password. I'm not sure why that's filled out either. Oops, I did not mean to do that. Okay, let's just make this full screen real quick. Just see what I'm doing. Value equals nothing. So we're going to want a new password, repeat new password. And then we're going to change this to new password. And using same thing before add confirm, placeholder, new, and confirm new. And then usually with passwords, it's nice to add in some type of understanding of what should be entered in. So what are they using? They're using this right here, so that's fine. Class form text, text mute it. Yeah, we'll pull that out. And we'll say passwords require. Actually, I wonder how much they require. App, HTTP, controllers, auth, register. Is that using? Okay, so there's a minimum of 6, and it has to be a string. That's not really much of a requirement. Okay, that requires at least 6 characters. So now if I jump back over here, I should get that. And we probably want to add some type of a special. I wonder if they still have wells. So it's called panel now. Panel and card. So components. Let's try card. Okay, so yeah, let's just throw this into a card then. Div class equals card. Now let's take out the first one, see how that looks. Which database would you recommend? It's really just a personal preference at this point. I think there's some definite speed ups MariaDB has done with the 10.2 release, but there's still a lot of feature parity between those two. I talked about a little bit before, like why is even split? What I don't know if they've corrected this at all, but basically MySQL would do a bug fix, and they used to have unit testing behind this, so other vendors such as Persona, not Persona, but um, there's like other database vendors that support MySQL and add extra tooling on top of it. They wouldn't provide the bug testing to confirm it was fixed, so it was really hard for those vendors to kind of understand what the fix was and how to verify it was also fixed so they can support it in their products. But yeah, it was just the way that Oracle's handling MySQL project isn't as nice of what MariaDB has done, and all the tooling works for it. So for me, I don't really care too much because I'm not anyone to worry about if MySQL or MariaDB is going to go away at any time. It's not like it's the Open Office versus LibreOffice thing to where Open Office is basically dead at this point. Class equals card body. Put another div there. Okay, that should give us some padding at least. There we go. So this way, if they wanted to change the password, they could, and we can actually add like a little. Oops. href equals nothing. We'll add JavaScript sometime later, just like show and hide that when they want to change their password. Password. Cool. Actually, we probably want to move this control. I don't know if that's going to work. Yeah, we can copy it. Let's replicate what's in there. Okay, so that's a little bit nicer. So the point would be like this would be a toggle thing or hidden. So they click on change password and this would show and hide. And then let's just give some more speed. I'm not sure why. Maybe clear fix is needed or something. But that's fine. And then usually for buttons, it's nice to center them rather than have them to left or right. Class equals text dash center. There we go. All right. This is going to wrap up today's session. So we just added a quick user with the tables. So again, these are all just static pages. They don't really necessarily work in the backend just yet or have a JavaScript program behind it. But that's there. And then we have a little clock in, clock out feature that we'll program in. My next session will probably go into a little bit more of just building out one or two more pages, and that should be much quicker since we now have a basic table listing and table form entry edit. And then we're going to start jumping into the JavaScript. which is getting Vue.js up and running with Bootstrap and doing some minor little things like actually getting the timer, the clock in, clock out feature, the stop and stop feature for whatever task or group to tick along, and having Vue.js update that little timer. That's it. Thank you all for joining, and see you guys next time. All right, this is Joseph. Today we're going to go back into some of the programming that we're doing. I'm hoping we'll have plenty of time to work with some of the Vue.js stuff. I want to first start off with just getting the timesheet and manually adding a new entry to the timesheet. So we'll jump into there, and if we have time, go ahead and actually fix the pop-up here. Let's get it to show again. The clock and pop-up here. We'll move this to its own components, since we'll probably won't want multiple timers, if anything. And the scope of data that we're going to be managing is going to be across multiple pages. It's nice to be isolated all by itself. All right, so I think the first thing we're going to want to do is jump over back to the timesheets. And here we had, just make that a little bit out there. Here we had the timesheets where you would possibly select the group and manually enter it with the date, time, in and outs. I'm going to reduce this down just to 1 and then have an add button down below. And what we're going to do in Vue.js is go ahead and add these, add another row when you click the add button. So this is just going to be a light introduction to Vue and a way to get things rolling. So first we're going to start out with going back to the timesheet. Let me just close all this stuff. Go back to the timesheet. And here we're just going to get rid of this range. So it should only be 1 row. There we go. And then we're going to add a button down here, and we're going to call this I'm just going to have add time. See how many columns this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we'll do full span equals 6. And then here we're going to have the button. So button. And probably it's secondary. And so we're going to have probably save with that alone. Get rid of all this. Add time. All right, and then let's go ahead and actually just center this. So we'll do, let's see what we got here. Class equals text center. And then what we're going to do here is just go ahead and add a little bit of, we can manually add in the Vue.js code since it should be after the fact. In our static layout, we have a yield for JavaScript specifically. So where we're not going to be sharing this code across multiple pages, we can just put a little script in there for now and leave it as is. So here we have yield scripts. We're going to go back over here. We're adding the other section. So section scripts and section. And then here we're going to have we'll do type equals text dash JavaScript. I could spell that right. All right, now that we have that, we can now set up our introduction to Vue. So we can say var timesheets equals Vue. And we'll go ahead and link that in a second here. Yeah, it's an object though. We'll go ahead and link this to an element, which we'll have to choose. But for now, let's call it. Let's see if we have any IDs here. No, we don't. So we can call we can put the ID of timesheet, and then we'll reference that in our thing over here as timesheet. The hash timesheet. And let's see here. Let's go back to that. Let's make sure. Oh, it was L, not L. Okay, so I don't think we're gonna do anything with like real-time-ish stuff here, and then maybe possible calculation. But for the time being, we can also just set up a quick object for our time. Let's say, actually, we can just do this in the methods area. So we can have methods, and then we're gonna add this a click event to this add time to add another row here. But with that, we also still need our data. So data is what's going to be holding all the times for that day. So then we can have times. Actually, this should not be an array or object. All right, so we have that, and then we're going to have times. That's going to be a simple array. It's going to be blank. And then what we're going to do is here is add a method. So we'll have add time, and just a function. And from that, we'll go ahead and just say this dot times dot push. And we're going to push just the default object. This will be what the group. I guess group ID default is 0. Task ID. The in clock. In date. In time. Out date. Out time. And then we'll make these just date objects, except for time. Well, we'll see what comes back for this, but for now we'll definitely have in date as new date. Let's get this a little closed there. Okay, now this isn't going to inherently do anything because first we need to hook up the event. We also need to switch this row to a for loop in Vue. So the first thing we can go ahead and do is just switch this to this record or this row as a for loop. So we say v-for, and then we can have time in, what is it, times that we had for data? Yeah, time in times, and then we can say we'll leave those selects alone for now. Wait, this is on 2 lines. That's odd. Oh, because there's not a from. We want to link up the values of these to whatever's in this time object, which we defined down below here. So we have in date. So we're going to put the model equals in underscore date. And we'll test it out for now. We won't assign the rest of it. But this is not going to show anything. So if we go ahead and save it, this row should now be hidden because we don't have, did I type that wrong? V4, time and times. I don't have anything down here per se. See if there's a JavaScript error. There's not. Is this not? Oh, some speed time for time. Let's just go ahead and look this up real quick to make sure I'm doing this right. Hello. Vue.js loop. Yeah, no, that should have worked fine. The only thing I can think of is that this is not yielding as expected. The script's not really there. Did I type in the wrong? Let's see, we got static, yield scripts. Let's just view the source. Nope, script's there. The only other thing would be the ID timesheet instead of timesheets. Nope, that should be matching. Okay, well, let's just try something else real quick. For our button, we'll go ahead and put a quick click event. So v-on click.prevent to prevent the actual hash or whatever the anchor tag would be executing on. And then we're going to say add, what's this function called? Add time. What is going on? Okay, let's do one more thing. Let's do local, and then we'll jump over to timesheets. Okay, so same issue. Let's see here, timesheets. Not defined, that is odd. All right, let's do one more thing. Alert, 1, 2, 3. Okay. What in the world? This is so odd. All right, let me look at my stuff over here. Script. If I just copy and paste this in here. Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay. That's odd. Usually, oh, because I'm not using it through, it's regular JavaScript. I'm an idiot. Okay. Get rid of that. Just not sure why it didn't give me a syntax error. There we go. All right. Well, that was a whole bunch of garbage. Basically, I just forgot my comma. I'm not sure why I got nothing out from my. I'm filtering stuff out. Hide network, hide auto. That is so odd. There's errors here, but my. Is there an up? Oh. All right. Let me try to do this real quick. I had a syntax error in this code over here. I forgot there was no comma after my data. So none of this stuff was running, and my Chrome wasn't telling me at all that it wasn't running. Usually in a console, you'll get a JavaScript error, so it was like that. And when I was refreshing, nothing happened, and I didn't get any error. Yeah, it's still not. It's saying that there's 4 hidden. There we go. All right, I apparently hid all my stuff, which is why I wasn't finding it. But yeah, that should have been more obvious, and I'm not sure why this didn't even pick it up either as to why that was erroring out. So yeah, I mean, now we have add time. It adds that in date property, not instance during reference, blah blah blah. So it can't handle, this can't handle a new date. But yeah, so it was just, we have times, we now have a loop. It goes through that loop through times. Next thing we want to do is have initially at least one available to us, and we can add that through there, but we already have our object, manual object being added there. So we can have the mount it function. And with the mounted function, we can just say this dot times, actually not this times, this dot add time, and just execute that function. Let me get back over to localhost 3000. I can keep reloading on the side over there. All right, so now we should have initially one there, and if we wanted to have like 2, we can just replicate it or whatnot. Now we should have 2 that displays when the time is loading. Okay, so the only other issue that I saw so far is that we can't actually have this as a date. It's going to have to be stuck as a string. So we'll leave that as is, and we don't need 2 of them. So again, rendering the row, we're only connecting the end time currently. And so we can, let me jump back to my inspector. We can see this by going ahead and choosing today's date, and then go into the console. And because all this stuff is global, make sure you clear active component, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I'll ignore that for now. Hopefully it's fine. So we have timesheets as the global, and then data, not data, but timesheet times. And we'll grab the first instance. That's what we put. And let's look at the end date, which is nothing. All right, so it's having a problem with that, and that probably goes back to our console errors. End date is not defined on the instance, but it's rendered. So this has to do with the fact that it's typed in end date and not time.end date. So maybe we can actually have a real JavaScript object or date. Can't find app. That's fine. That's some other error that's happening. So let's go back, and then it'll be end date. Okay. Now let's see what happens when we have it set as a real date. Right, and then let's one more time. Okay, so it doesn't matter. It'll just assign it back to a string. So we can leave that as is. Next thing we're going to want to do is go ahead and let's see here. Put the rest of the variables in here. So I'm going to expand this for now. So we have vModel for time.endDate, and we're just going to map that to the rest of these and put in their respective fields. So this was in time, out date, out time. We don't really have this set up, and let me go ahead and just remove this so I can clean that up. We don't have that set up yet. Duration. This is going to be a computed value based off the in date and the out date. So let's add another field here then. Yeah, there's computed functions, but I guess for now we'll actually just have this as an actual variable. duration. Let's see, this is going to be rendered out to format it, but we'll leave this to 0. The duration can be in seconds, I suppose. So we'll just have this for now. And because we're in Laravel, we can't just use the same Vue stuff. We have to add this little sign. And then this will be a time dot duration. Okay, so let's go back here. And this should just change to 0. All right. And then now the next thing is we want to be able to delete a row. So let's go ahead and add the click function. v-on click.prevent. And we want the function to be called, which will be delete time. I don't know if it passes the item back in, so we can check that real quick. If not, we can just pass back the index that we're given. So let's add the method here, delete time. And if we're not passing anything in, usually it's just events that we're given. So let's just console log the event. So we click delete, and we might get an item back in here. I don't see it. Okay, so the next thing we can do then, if we're not getting back the item, is go ahead and pass in the index. So we're just going to change this to index. Actually, we can pass in the time and match the time. No, it'll be easier if there was this index. So we have date, and then add time. We're going to pass in the index, but we want to modify our for loop. So rather than just time, it'll be time and index. So there we go. We have that. And now when we go ahead and console log it, we should get the index of times that we can get back and actually drop out the index. So let's inspect and delete. Let's refresh this one more time. Why are we getting back the So delete undefined. Okay, what do we? Oh, I was adding. Okay, I'm an idiot. Let's go back. It's not what we're doing. It's delete time. Okay, now we should be getting back the index when we click on delete. There we go. So 0. And if we add more, let's say it's the third item, we should get index of 2. So at that point, all we need to do is take that index, and we would say dot splice the index, and we just want one spliced. I believe that drops it off, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So we can have like just to confirm, we'll have like today's date, we'll add another, and then we'll go ahead and delete this one, and that gets removed. So that's fine. Specified 0 does not conform to date, formats. Oh, okay, what is this 2? Prevent default, add time. That's odd. Okay. All right, so we have that going. We want to then start to mess with the dates here. Now there's a library I usually default to, which is called Moment.js, and it's heavily used through a lot of stuff. Let me go to that real quick. And the only caveat I've run into is that when you're using all these locales set up, and then when you're trying to customize Webpack, you need to do like some custom plugins, not custom, but you have to add these plugins to kind of strip out the locales because it's just a huge file. So for the sake of this, what I'm actually going to do is there's another one called date FNS, and it's different in the sense that you're always keeping your native date object, and you're not just passing it into Moment.js to have all the formats. And then they have these these methods that you can call outside of the date function. So that's what we're going to do. And to do that, we're going to need to jump back over to console. Yes. And then do an npm install date -fns and save it to our package.json file. And then we're going to want it available globally for now. So we're going to need to go to our package.json, no, our webpack file, and add in the autoload and the extract as well. So we're going to have one more for date FNS. And we're going to want it here too. Date-fns. And let's turn back on watch. I believe we need to do one more step, but I'll just confirm it. It's going to take a little bit longer to build. All right. And let's go back. So let's say like the format here. It gives you do it in other ones, but we'll try it with this. So we date. Okay, yeah, no. So we definitely need to, what am I doing? We need to add one more step here, which is the app.json file. Since we're including that, where's that at? Our app.javascript file. Go to the bootstrap, and here we're just going to do another require, and we're going to call this window.date fns. So we date-fns. Okay. It is. Let's see. There's no. All right, let me check my OBS just to make sure. Output video. I'm only doing 10 frames per second. I'm not running anything else. Okay, well, I'm not sure what's going on then because I can. Are you guys able to hear me? I shouldn't be on. I'm not even on Wi-Fi. I'm directly connected to my router through LAN, and I have 10 megabits up. Okay, so it's just my video that's having problems. All right, so I'm gonna. I guess the easiest thing to do now is just go ahead and. Yeah, my OBS is showing just fine. I'm gonna stop and start to stream. You guys might need to refresh the page as well. Okay. in here, but I don't see. All right, well, hopefully this is working now. I see it working on the website. And audio should be working too. Okay. Yeah, that's odd. OBS was reporting everything that's fine. I'm literally just doing 10 frames per second. It shouldn't have not be struggling anyway. My CPU is like 15%. Okay. So let's continue on. So we're trying to get the date FNS running. That's running. Okay. Date dot. There we go. And then we should have a bunch of methods available to us. Okay. So just to recap, we npm install date fns, and we set it up to our autoload and our extract function calls. And now we're just going to go ahead and take the times, the start time and end time from these things to go ahead and work them into a duration, getting like a how many hours, minutes, and seconds were used. So with that, let's go ahead and actually see if there's a way to parse. There's a parse method here. I'll jump over to documentation. It'll be parse. So it'll be, let's say here, we want to be able to watch anything that changes in our times table. And when there is a change, recalculate the duration. So what we can do, I believe, is we can have watch, and then we'd specify the key, which would be times dot, I could be wrong on this. Let's see here, Vue.js watch array of objects. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know if deep is still, oh, we can try. So we'll have times as the array. No, it just needs to be an object. And then we're going to have handle, function, and then down here we're going to have deep is true. And we'll just do console.log new val. Okay, so let's go ahead and just check this out one more time. Call to undefined error. Oh, was it handle or handler? Yeah, handler. Okay, so we're gonna have that. Cool. So that worked. We're getting an object back. We're getting the object that was changed at least. And then we can just pre-calculate the duration each time. So with that, new values, I'll just put that as an array, and we'll say var time equals new values 0, and then we'll say in time or in date. So now we go ahead and change this one more time. We'll go ahead and get the actual date. Cool. All right, so now we're just going to go jump back to the date.fs and do kind of a parse. So we can do an example here in our console before we write any code. We'll say date fns dot parse. All right, so that's good. That's working. And if we had like say a time attached to it, so we'd say like 10, 100 hours. That too. All right, so then we're gonna combine the date and the time together, but let's just go ahead and that's gonna be annoying. I should not have made this. I can make this a responsive table, I guess. So let's go back to, let's switch out the table class for this. And this should have, okay, so this is table responsive. Responsive. Should get at least give me a scroll bar, I believe. No, it doesn't. Style equals. Why is this not giving me a scroll bar? All right, so I probably want to set like a minimum. Probably want to set a minimum of a width. Well, where is it? How's it even? I don't think that's it. Style equals, geez, min width. I don't know, 800 pixels. I should have probably done that bigger then. Yeah, we still can't see the time, so we do like 1,000. Oh, even more. 1,200. It's not scrolling though. Okay, well, I'll leave that for as it now. I just want to be able to see the date and times that are there, and then also our duration that's there. Getting a quick message from live.edu actually. There are issues with the stream. Just alert it to go ahead and stop my stream for now. So, not sure what's going on with my computer and why things. I'll be setting up in just a few minutes here. Just running a little late. Terminal. All right, and Okay, I think I got one more setting. So what I'm doing now, I'm switching off from my other computer I was streaming from, just in case, because of last time, a bit problematic. I also restarted this computer just in case. So I'm just going to change configuration file real quick. And this would be, I think, 8,000. So we're going to have one for artisan. And another for so it's 3,000. All right, we should be good to go. Okay, so last time where we left off, we're going ahead and working with the timesheets. We were just getting some of these actions over here to work, such as adding a new time row, being able to synchronize the data that you have selected between us. Let me actually open up that file. That would be this one. So we set up models, or models to synchronize with the time for that row, and then we have like a little loop over here to go through each of those. And then down to here, we were watching, this is where we stopped off, we were watching the change of a specific row. So when you did change the time, the start and end times, we were going to calculate the duration in hours, minutes, and seconds. And to do that, we were going to use a library called, I think it was datefns. And the reason for choosing this over Moment.js was that when you're dealing with Webpack, Moment.js tends to throw all the locale in there, then you have to install additional plugins and whatnot, and this is kind of like a cleaner thing because you're always messing with the raw date rather than messing with like a global moment object. So we had, let's see, we had a couple functions we were going to use. I don't remember what they were offhand. We can search for them. So I think the first one was going to be hours, distance or difference in hours. Let's just double check this here. 12. Okay. Yeah, so we're going to use difference in hours, different in minutes, and different in seconds. So first we can go ahead and try difference in hours and alter the duration. So here we have, we're going to take that function and we're going to say, actually just double check this console log here to make sure that when time is changed, it still continues to fire. Can I find app? Why is that complaining? That's weird. Okay, so we're going to change the date to today, and here we have it. All right, so the next thing we're going to want to do is do date fns, and we can confirm that's actually available to us. Yeah. And the only reason why that's like that is because in our Bootstrap file that we set up for including it, we just called it datefsn. So jumping back to that, we can then say dot, and then it'll be what, difference in hours? Yeah, difference in hours. Then we're going to throw in the current time, so the current date in. There's this left, the later date, the earlier date. So later date would probably be the date in. Yes, I'm making a time tracking app. Right now we built out a little timesheet. We're still not working with Laravel specifically. Is this like a workers or personal scheduling? The plan for this is more like a workers thing. So we'll have different employees to be created, and we'll have the ability to track time for each of those employees. I'm calling them users for now, but that's yeah. So we're just jumping back into this and trying to get some of the Vue.js knocked out for interacting with some of the timesheets, and we're going to do, hoping today we'll be able to finish the clock in stuff, which is a pop-up. We'll have like a stop and start timer as well. All right, so difference in time. So we'll take, I believe that, well, let's confirm we don't need to parse it. Oh, we do probably need to parse it. So that's another function we need. Parse. Formats partial, blah, blah, blah. So let's just confirm. We'll say date fsn.parse. And we'll try this date here. See if there's any issues that come up. Nope. Okay. So before we do that, we'll say var date in equals, instead of new date, this would be date fns dot parse, and that'll give us the date in. And then for now, we'll just throw in now the a new date, just to make sure that the hours are coming back correctly, which they would show up like it's 24 hours if we do yesterday. So this should be set to a function or a variable. Var hours equals that, and let's just dump out the hours that we're going to have. So if this works, if we set this to yesterday, we should get, oh, there we go, 36 hours. Why is that 36 though? Oh, because it's from the current time right now, which is 12. Okay, so then let's do one more test here. Let's do minutes and see if it returns the minutes that is from yesterday or minutes based off the residual hours. So we'll say difference in minutes. And again, add yesterday. Oh, forgot to console log that. Okay, so it's giving us the full range of minutes, and we would have to do something like, we'll take the hours and multiply it by, was it 60 minutes per hour? We should get the same minutes. If that's true, then we're just going to have to take the remainder for each time we want a separate section of the time. Yeah, more or less. So you would say, like, if we want to get the actual minutes, we'll say, let me make this a little smaller here. We'll take the hours and say subtract times 60. And minus the remaining hours or minutes from there. And now when we output hours and minutes, we'll be able to see the difference in them. This should refresh one more time. So again, set it to yesterday. There we go, 36 hours and 15 minutes, and it's negative because we have the time switched around for now, which is fine. All right, so with that basic idea, what we're going to want to do is pull in the time, which is over here, and then also the date out. So if all worked, we'll just start jumping into this and say parse date out. And we're actually going to merge the time dots in time. This way we get the full start and end dates, and then we'll do the same here. We'll probably have to do like an escape or a try or something like that, just to make sure if they don't have a complete entry in that we're not trying to compute the duration just yet and throwing errors all over the place. Time dots in be out. Out time. Okay. Let's make it a little bit smaller. Okay. Now instead of using the current date, we'll use the clock out, and we'll do the same over here. And we're going to probably want to do one more, which is the seconds. And this time we'll take minutes times 60. Actually, we can probably approach this a bit smarter. Let's just not do that just yet. Difference in seconds. Okay, so we have that. Let's just say we'll start to modify these after. We'll say minutes equals. Okay, probably just do minus equals hours times 60, and then seconds would be minus equal minutes times 60, and also minus hours times 24. And if all goes well, we might have the actual time. Now I'm expecting this to throw some type of exception when we don't have enough minutes. What? Oh. Okay, actually I didn't throw anything. So if I change this to yesterday, and I change this to today, what do you got here? 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay, so let's do console log just in case. All right, let's go ahead and set the dates again. So we got these, they're both going for the 29th because I used the end dates as the same dates. Okay, try this one more time. Set this for yesterday and then set this one for today. Okay, so just some minor issue there. Then we can say the hours are correct, minutes are not, and seconds are definitely not. So let's see, minutes. What's it all negative to? Where is diff date in? So let's check back on this. It is the, oh, the later and the earlier. So that would be reversed. Okay, be yesterday and today. And then we probably can't. Let's do the minus equals. And then seconds would be minus seconds. Well, I guess technically this will be a plus. Try this one more time. So yesterday, today. No, it should be like 21 minutes. So that's giving it to me in not the right formats. Okay, let's try one more thing then. So we'll have good afternoon. Is there any other functions to help us out here? Add second circuit and date. We don't care. Okay. So let's just do this then. So we'll say hours. Depends on what you're trying to use it for, I guess. Laravel or Zen has changed so much over the years. It used to be this monolithic, on version 1.0, this monolithic framework that just didn't work out too well for a lot of developers. But over time, it's really trimmed down, and it's much more simpler than Laravel at this point, with the release of 2 and 3. All right, so hours gonna be, no, I just want to take my hours. Hours times 60 times 24. And seconds. Minutes. Seconds, and then we'll have minutes here. And this will be times 60, and actually we don't need seconds and seconds. All right, so let's just do a couple things here. We're going to take you're right. All right, so we're going to take let's try something here. Well, all right, take that. Believe this would be of the lesser. And then seconds. All right, let's do one more thing. Hours equals, that'll just be the hour, so we don't care about that. Minutes will be minutes and seconds minus Okay, so we're just getting back to the same things as before. All right. So we got 24 hours, 228 minutes, which is not right. It should be 20, 21, 26 minutes. So wait, do this. 60, 48. Yeah, no. All right, let's play around with this. So we will have, so we're given 1 day. Minutes. Yeah, no, so we should be able to still do this then. Hours times 60. And it'll be we still need his full minutes though, that's the problem. Okay. Let's just do this then. Let's make this a bit bigger. Times 60. And then we still need the original. Oh, we'll just do minutes. Minutes times 60. Okay. So for yesterday and then today. See difference in minutes. Seconds. I'm not sure why it's just so complicated. Let's just double check here. So we got see get hours we don't care about, subset add distance. All right, let's just double check what this is going to give back. So we'll say date fns, and we'll throw in the two dates, which I believe should be following the same order. Date to compare, date, seconds, suffix, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Choose yesterday and then today. And then we need to up the resolution. Result to second date to earlier than the first locale. Includes yeah, it's not going to go down to that resolution. Okay. All right, so we have hours, which are actually it wouldn't be. That would be the seconds. That would just be minus. Yesterday, and then today, 0 seconds, which would be correct. So the seconds is correct. All right, let's do this. Minutes in a day. Got 14 whatever. So that would be that value. Actually, it'd be 60 times the hours that we have, which was 36. And then that would be minus the time that we currently, the number of minutes that were there, which was maybe like a 0.5. So that should be basically just negative around 30-ish, and we're not getting that. Hours times 60 minus minutes should have given us minutes. No, we're not getting that. 2800. Are these strings or something? What am I missing here? Let's do a breakpoint. So we have day. We'll set a breakpoint for here. Oh, let's go ahead and switch the date. Push play and switch one more time. All right. Let's see, what is the current hours then? 24. We step through this. So that's wrong. All right, so we can take this, jump back to the console. So that gives us a negative value, which may be the issue. Why is that giving us negative? Okay, so then once we have that, we said hours times 60 minus, which gives us 0. Okay, let's just double check the date in and date out. Okay, well, yeah, we're definitely messing with two different ones, but minutes would be 0 because I didn't put the, oh geez, okay. So yeah, that was right. I just have these inverted, but why would this give me positive time? Okay, so that was the issue. We just need to switch out the times. And that should be good. I go back to seconds. Okay. So we had the hours inverse, which was messing things up. Because the minus minus become basically adding two negative numbers together, which are just more negative numbers. And then this should definitely work now since we were switching the dates from in and out. Just take off the breakpoint. Where's it at? There. Okay. So we should be getting back 0 and 0 since we're not setting the time just yet. Yeah, 24. Not sure why it's negative this time though. I literally just checked that out. Let's set an hour. These boxes are too small. Why did that not trigger a change? We're watching for time. Did we not connect those together? Out time, in time. So let's try this again. That works. That works. This does not. Just makes it a little bit bigger now. So 11:23 a.m. Okay, so it needs the full. Oh geez, that's not gonna even work out for like visibility. We'll change that then. We'll say 12 p.m. Okay, so yeah, we're not having seconds per resolution, so that's fine. This is 20. Geez, let me change this in. So let's just stack the task in a group together. Okay, so that should be a little more visible. Try this again. This would be 11:20 a.m. and then we'll select today. And then we'll have, let's see here, that was 12:40. We'll leave it at 12:50 and put that PM. Let's see what we get. 30 minutes. That's correct. So all is well. We actually have enough information to do the duration. So we can just jump back over to here and we'll have time.duration equals, and we'll make this a string. I'm not sure why I made this an integer. Actually I did. I wanted to have it in seconds, which is, we can do a computed value for that to seconds, which we could take. You know what? We'll leave it as a string. So duration would be hours plus minutes. We don't really need seconds right now, so that's fine. So we jump back. 11:20 a.m. and this will be today at 12:50 p.m. There you go. So we got a negative number there, which is odd. But we just walked through this. Why is all right, let's just go back here. So we switch this to 1. Hours is -26. Okay, well I mean technically it's working, but I don't know why. Let's take off the breakpoint for now. And today 24 hours 11:50 12:55 p.m. Yeah, no, that's expecting Okay. So maybe switch these around then. And rather than us keep testing this, what we can do is just go to the console. We have this as a global variable, so we can call it by timesheets, timesheets.times 0. Yeah. Hello. And then we can just set the end date to 2017. 09. And then, I don't know, what's today's date? The 30th? So we do 29th for the end date. Let's just switch this to 30th for the out date. And then we actually probably need the times too. So end time, we'll make this 1100. And this will be 1250. Okay, so that'll be a little bit easier to run through and test. It is baffling that this is not working correctly. I did save it, right? Yeah, I mean, there's definitely should be a dashboard at some point. For the users, we'll decide on that, but definitely for the manager person. Okay, so that's still coming out as a negative. So let's just go ahead and stop here again. And let's refresh. See, do we have all the times? Yeah, okay. So let's just jump over. Hours is 25, and we'll take this. Which is probably going to return a negative number. That's probably why this doesn't, oh my goodness. Okay. This is frustrating. Okay. Currently it's 5.5, but I think most of what I'm doing is applicable to 5.4 as well. Let's play. No, we don't want to play anymore. This should be working. Let's take off the breakpoint. All right, let's try this again. We have that. There you go. 25 hours. Oh, actually, it took a long time. And the requirements for 5.5 is kind of hard for a lot of companies to take in since it's a 7.0 or higher for PHP. Okay, so now we have our duration here. We add another time. Let's do our yesterday. Add 2 days for yesterday with no hours. Say 12:50 p.m. to 12:55 p.m. Should be like 5 minutes. Why did that not work? What did I miss here? Means MS. I'm guessing you mean MySQL. Well, there's still the MySQL extension is deprecated. The MySQL is still there. And there's people that has written libraries to make backwards compatibility that ties into MySQL. So you technically don't have to change any of your code. You just got to be careful on it. Okay, so because we're having a tough time with the reading the times, and we're already merging the columns together, I mean, technically this doesn't even need to be a row anymore. We'll just do the same thing. We'll stack date and time together. Yeah, I remember seeing it on phpclasses.com or something like that. I'm not sure why, of all places, someone would put that there, but all right. All right, and why is this on a... Let's get rid of the minimum width since we don't really need that. Should be working much better. All right, and we'll take out the BR, so now I have the extra space. Okay, it's just some minor height differences. That's fine for now. Let's see here. So let's add a second time. Make sure it still is working. 12:50 p.m. 12:55 p.m. No, why is this not working now? Yeah, maybe it's add it back in. But as we're doing that, we need to then look into why this is a problem. I'm not sure this is working as expected. Oh, that's why. We're just taking the first time. Okay. Let's see here. I guess technically, it's a little dirty for now, but I'll leave it since it's not the best thing. But we'll actually just iterate through these new values and recalculate them then. So we're going to do, let's call this times dot map. And we're going to say this will be the time, the index, I don't really care about. And we'll take all of this, throw it in here. Okay, so all we're doing now then is rather than doing it one row when that row has changed, since we don't have the resolution for that, 12:55 p.m. We're gonna just, every time as date is changed, we'll just run through all the rows and recalculate the values. For here, we'll do the 27th, and then we'll say 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. There you go. And these aren't zero padded or anything else like that, so it's not very obvious. But we can kind of fix that. I wonder if this actually provides a padding. Start of our hours, and the dates. No, it's fine. Okay, so we'll just do the normal stuff. If it's greater than 10 or less than 10, we'll convert it to a string. So we'll say hours equals 0 plus hours, and we'll do the same for minutes. If minutes is less than, not 0, 10. It's less than 10, and we'll pad that as well. Minutes equals 0 plus minutes. I think we have low dash too, I believe. Okay, so maybe Lodash might actually have a helper for that. No, stop it. Pad start. Yeah, it does have a, okay, so we can we can just do that instead. So we'll underscore dot pad start. And what is that? The thing we want 6, so we want 2 at least. And then 0. Okay, so let's turn this back to hours. Okay, saying the way it's displayed can be confusing, having 2 dates in the same row. 2 dates in the same row. Another date and time on the next row. And I guess it kind of depends. We would have to set up tab indexing if we're going to do that. If we're going to have in on one row and out on the other, it would make a, either way it's fine for now. But we'll just go ahead and double check this. So we'll do today at 12:30 p.m. and we'll do it today again. At 12:50 p.m. We got 20 minutes. Okay, so I think what we can do for this one, a little bit time of left, is actually fill out the total hours. Which we can do before we can do the conversions over here. So let's set up another variable here called, well, we can actually do a compute it then. Compute it. Total hours. I'll make that a string. Oh no, it should be functional string. And we'll return for now 0, 0. And we'll need to jump over to here and switch this out. And because again we're in a blade template, we need to add the @ sign to not try to get Laravel to try to compute that instead. That'll be, I guess, total hours. Yeah. Okay, what's wrong here? I forgot a comma. Okay. So then we can do the same thing, which is just going through the map. I guess we could technically just pull this out into a function. So let's make a little function here. get duration. And then we'll pass in the time. And we'll go ahead and return the resolution. So return hours. And switch this out, all this stuff. Var duration equals, well, because we don't have self equals this, since we don't have the scope, we can do self dot get duration time, and then this will be duration dot hours, duration dot minutes. That should still work, and then we're going to reuse this for something greater. So get duration, where's the computer function? Okay. So go ahead and do the same thing. This dot times dot map, and then we'll take the time, throw all this in here, but we don't want to do any of this yet. Take that out, put it over here, and we're just going to take the same thing. We'll say hours, minutes, and seconds. And then from here we can go ahead and say no, I shouldn't be. Unless you're doing a custom Bootstrap, you should be loading your CSS after Bootstrap. This way, if you want to do any type of overrides, you can do that. So we got total dot hours plus equals duration dot hours, minutes, and seconds. That actually leads to another thing then. I guess we'll leave that alone for now. It's just going to come out to some ridiculous times and dates and stuff like that, but we'll have it. So we have hours, so duration, we'll have total. I'll leave a little to-do note here for next time. To-do, recompute, hours, minutes, and seconds. All right, so then instead of total.duration, we'll just do a return. Okay. So what's going on here? Self get duration is not a function. Do we not have scope here? Okay, well, let's try this. Self dot this times a, just in case. What did we get? Yeah, it's right there. Self duration, get duration. Get duration. This is set a breakpoint. So this will be right here. Refresh this. All right, so we have self dot. You know what? It's probably not even the right place. Get duration. Yeah, it's available. So what the issue is that we didn't do that up here for the computed time. Our self equals this. All right. All right, and then we do one more quick test. 12:00 p.m. 9:30 2017, and we'll have 12:50 p.m. So that's all there, and we'll do one more for today again. Do 1 p.m. until 5:30 p.m. So we should get 5 hours and some remainder minutes, which we don't, because this is it's not carrying it over as it should be. Which, I mean, technically we just can take the same duration code that we had, which was this. And just throw it back over here. We already have hours. We have hours minus 60. This would be minutes. And this would be seconds. Actually, this is probably wrong. Should have been like that. Say that one more time. And we can go back and reset the first initial test we had. Add one more row. And we'll switch these to 1. So we don't have to keep entering this all in. We'll change this to 1300 to okay. So hopefully that's computing the remainder right, which it is not. Okay, so I'm not going to bother with that then. I'm running short on time, but I'm just going to wrap up a couple things of what we did. We just went ahead and tried to get some of the duration to work, which seems to be working. This needs to be figured out just a little bit more. If you're doing like a responsive page, it doesn't really work because things become unreadable. So I probably want to change that, and there are a couple Bootstrap date pickers and times that I'm probably going to want to switch to as well, just to be able to condense some of this stuff down and have it collapse correctly. Right now it's like an ugly table TRTD type of thing, which is why it's not working out. And Bootstrap does have responsive tables, but it's not what you think. There's some other plugins to actually handle that if needed. And then we have our time kind of working, but we need to convert over the remainders as expected. And I guess next time we'll go ahead and tackle the clock in and clock out to actually get the start and stop working. And then we had a request to have multiple timers going at once. So if we have time at the next section, we'll go ahead and do that as well. Thanks again for watching, and I guess I'll see you guys Tuesday.